going on, everyone, and welcome to the second episode of season 2 of No Neutral. Brian, I'm feeling ridiculous right now because that tournament we just saw last week, oh my goodness, dog. Like, how sick was that?
No one could have predicted that. Listen, I already put the tweet out. Like, if you said you told me that NA West was going to end up the way it did, we'll get into the details in a bit. But if you told me you called that, you're a liar. Because I feel like that tournament, there was one consistent factor we'll get into in a bit. But the rest of it, I feel like everything was out the window. Even looking at the top 8, I was like, I have no idea what's going to happen anymore because all bets are off the table. But that said, we're going to go ahead and get into those topics in a bit. Before we get started, we of course have to give a big shout out to all of our fans and viewers in Japan. Thank you so much for tuning in, supporting No Neutral. As always, we always appreciate the support. But yeah, man, NA West. Did you call that, Rob?
No, I didn't at all. I mean, you know, look, going into it, the favorite to win was Chris CCH, which I want to make sure is clear that that's a sign of respect that people were even seeing him as the favorite to win the tournament. But he ended up getting taken out, but he played godlike, and Chris played great too, bro. Like, of course, I'm gonna trash talk and banter with him, and we have our disagreements, bro. But you know, clearly, he's one of the better players in America, and he's only 20 years old, man. Like, he has so much time ahead of him.
He's got a lot. I mean, to perform that well, that young, we don't see it that often in the world of Street Fighter. Generally, we talk about it a lot. Generally, it's been a franchise that favors the old a bit, the people who've been more experienced. But we've been seeing the younger players step up, and I feel like in the West Coast, we're seeing, like, we got the Chris CCH. We've had like the Punks in the East Coast step up. Chris CCH is definitely the young blood in the West Coast, pushing not only the West Coast community but Midwest and abroad. I feel like he's raising the bar.
Hyping up everybody
for sure, for sure.
But the whole tournament, bro, I cannot put into words. Like, if you did not catch that live, from the bottom of my heart, I feel bad for you, man. Like, of course, go check out the vaults and all that, but live, bruh, I'm telling you, that was the perfect way to start off CPT.
There was a lot of twists and turns.
I don't even know which storyline I want to start with, honestly.
I think we start with the man who put Chris CCH in losers, Filipino man, because I feel like he had the most dramatic matches. I mean, first of all, top 16, 2 over Chris CCH. No one expected that, right? Pretty much all these players play regularly. You look at this bracket, this top 16, top 8, there's not a name in there that I have not seen compete fairly regularly within WNF. So these players, they know each other and they rehearse these matches all the time. Chris CCH in the Rose matchup, he's done fine in the past. And Filipino man, 2-0 off the boot. He's the old man in the crowd. He's only like a young 26-year-old, but he's a veteran. He's a veteran in the Street Fighter game, but yeah, like you're pointing out right here, did we call Filipino man to be the guy to get into grand finals in the winner's side? Did you call that?
Bro, let's keep it a buck, man. Not at all. And then look, if I'm gonna be honest when it comes to criticize somebody, I gotta make sure I'm honest when it comes to giving somebody their credit. I posted on Twitter and everything. Yo, I didn't know, my bad, OG. Even though really I'm older than Anton, but you know, I feel like you have an FGC age and a real life age, you know what I mean? So definitely. He's OG as far as fighting games concerned. But man, I did not know my man's neutral was like that. The anti-airs were phenomenal. The strategy, he reminded me of a Justin Wong type of play style, kinda. You notice he would like jump back a whole lot in neutral just to reset. His defense was phenomenal. You didn't know if he was gonna tech, if he was gonna jab, if he was gonna just sit there. And then he would use that V trigger 1, throw the fireball, teleport to the other side. You gotta deal with me in this neutral game again. And let's not forget his level of composure. Like, 2 different times for one, that Mortsy match, it was over, Brian. It was done.
Over. That last interaction when Filipino man was making the comeback, getting the zone spacing, and he got, I believe it was a knockdown. He set up the orb, he did the jump forward, and then he did the early air fireball. But when you cut your jump arc short like that, like Filipino man did, threw that fireball down, the orb explosion would have made it plus, I'm pretty sure, or at least safe, even if he had blocked the mix-up. It was just in front. It looked like Morsi just walked into an early grave.
At that range, bro. I feel like he might have just got an input error or something.
He might have, but it was a heartbreaking moment. I mean, the fact that it was one of those moments where the KO popped up and you were just like, wait, what happened? I'm sure everybody, the audience, the players were like, wait, who just won? And then suddenly it was the win for Filipino man. Oh my God. It's like his heart just got ripped out and crushed right there with that 3-2 loss.
Yeah, that's a momentum killer, dude.
It is. I want to give a big shout out to Mortsy, like you said, though, because one thing with Mortsy, he did really good in the last CPT West Coast event as well. He got 7th place, so he's been pretty consistent in placing in these West Coast CPT events. He even had a little tweet there. He's like, is it safe to say, like, is it okay if I claim I'm the best player in Canada now? Anyone mind? I would have appreciated a bit more gusto and just claim the title.
Know he said that.
Oh yeah, I was about to say he needs to go to the school of Rock TV.
We can't go too deep about it because we got to talk about the CPT West, but
I think there's a lot of other regions
to be made.
I think we've been doing too much America, West Coast versus Midwest. I think we need some Canada.
We need some Canada. We need some Canada debate. Yeah.
All right, Mortsy, start the Canada beef. We got to switch some regions up. So good stuff to Mortsy, and I appreciate the gusto there.
Yeah, and but with as amazing as all these storylines were with Chris and all of that, I wanted to immediately go to the champion of the tournament, but I also got to first bring up the person who has dominated that region.
Got to bring him up
so consistently. And in this tournament, he actually finished, I want to say, 3rd place, right? He finished 3rd place, and that's none other than my guy, Dark Neff. Nephew, going into this, for me, I had Chris being the favorite, but I feel like Neff is still the best player of actual decision-making, neutral, clutch, all those sort of things. So it was interesting to see that Neff, he made it to winners finals. It looked like it might have been over. I was like, oh, you got Neff up to this point? And then Anton beats him. And then in losers finals, he goes up against Mikey. Against XSK.
Samurai hit the rebrand on us. XSK.
Out of nowhere.
It used to be like his old school Xbox Live clan name, XSK Samurai. Samurai's been the title. I feel like because even when he had sponsors in the past, people would still add the XSK there. He decided it's demon hours. He's dropping the Samurai. No more honorable gameplay. No more meditating before matches. It's just pure XSK from here on out. So if you hear any one of these 3 titles, Mikey, XSK, Samurai, we're all talking about the same guy, and it's him when he plays in game. There's no mistaking it.
Bro, that match in losers finals, Nephew ends up getting put out at 3rd. Unfortunate to see, but it was at the same time it was beautiful because the story of XSK, bro, going into that top 8. So I was restreaming it myself, watching it live with all of my viewers and everything, right? And I asked people, yo, who do y'all got winning this? And almost no one said XSK, including myself. Like at that point, I'm thinking maybe Anton was looking great, but I'm thinking Nephew, Chris, something like that, maybe JB. Looking at Samurai, I was so happy to see him win, bro, because he deserves it, man. Like we've seen him.
It's been a long time coming.
So now him coming in here and winning like this, man, I think what we're seeing is that it's not just the skill, which of course he does have. It's that meditating, man, that sports psychology, that confidence in those tight moments. He goes into that grand finals, he 3-0 Anton to reset the bracket. So I'm thinking it's over. I thought it might be a 6-0, to be honest with you, because he was just playing so ridiculous. But Anton even still fought back in that case. But I do think, Brian, that there's a case for saying that a lot of us may have forgotten exactly who he is. Like, we weren't hyping up Samurai as much as we were hyping up some other players.
We didn't call it. No, we did not call it, right? The momentum leading into this from the West Coast, it was all Chris CCH, Nephew shortly behind that. And even behind that was like JB. JB was like sometimes the monkey wrench in the bracket in these WNFs. And Samurai, he's there. He's done well. But he was a little bit later, I think, into picking up Luke and showing the results with it. Whereas Chris CCH, out of the gate, I mean, I see him going on like 50 win streaks every other day on CFN if he's messing around in rank. I see him dominating WNF after WNF. While Samurai is in those brackets as well. Right? So for Samurai to come into this, to be in losers bracket, we talked about it on the show plenty of times, to win a tournament from top 8 losers, the odds of that are in this single digit. Yeah. It is such an unlikely event to occur to start in top 8 and proceed to win. Samurai gets in that, beats Matoa 3-1, Mortsy 3-1, JB 3-1, Nephew 3-1. And then goes on to take on Filipino Man and reset the bracket and close it out. To make that kind of a run and not be exhausted from that, and to keep the same sort of the confidence going with the way he plays. Because it's easy, I feel like, to have your big Hail Mary moments fall apart in front of you and then to not keep that confidence. But he never falters. He really knows how to pick his pacings where he's going to fall back, rely on the zoning, and lull you to a false sense of security, turn it up a notch, go in, make those offensive reads. And yeah, the confidence was there the entire time. And you mentioned the mental game. In the post-game interview, what he talked a lot about was staying in the moment, how that was what allowed him to just not focus on all the talk, all the noise, how I should be performing, right? Like the expectations of his history versus some of these younger players. He just said, I was able to more effectively stay in the moment and just play the game, not worry about the future, not worry about the past, just play right now and get the job done. And that's huge. One of the clutchest mans we've seen in the FGC for quite some time, finally getting one of the big wins that he definitely deserves to put the work in, and I totally agree. XSK has punched his ticket into Capcom Cup. Congratulations once again. I'm just waiting to see who he eliminates in Capcom Cup with --CA. That's all I'm looking forward to,
Oh yeah,
even if it ends up being me or you, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's an honor at that point.
Yeah, I agree. That's like if Michael Jordan hit you with a fadeaway or something like that.
I mean, you're part of history at that point.
Something else that's starting to fade away bit by bit is this online era. We are starting to see things rolling back into the offline competition. We've seen Texas Showdown. We know Combo Breakers coming up. We're seeing these offline events, which is a beautiful thing, and I miss them so much. But it definitely makes you wonder about tournament etiquette. There are some people who might not really have experience going to these tournaments, man. There's so many new players who started playing or who just never really went off to tournaments. So Brian, what's some things you would say as far as like tournament etiquette or just like general tips you would have for people going to offline play?
But I'm glad you pointed that out. There's a whole new generation of players. Like people might not realize it yet because we haven't been to as many offline events, but there's going to be a whole new generation of the 2020. What would you call them? The 2020ers? How would you even say that? Well, the 2020 years?
It don't sound like 09ers or nothing, huh?
We need something that rolls off the tongue to label this generation of fighting game player. But there's players who have gotten into the FGC because of content, because of the CPT season. They've been tuning in and said, hey, what's going on here? I want to go to an event, right? And I've actually got to meet some of these people already at Texas Showdown. I was there. And there is definitely a lot of tournament etiquette that some people might not have realized, like simple things like, what's the rule set? What costumes do I pick? What stage do I pick? One big one I think people need to know, since we're going to be on specific platforms, right? Disconnect the controllers. That's the number one thing I gotta say for people going to an FGC tournament for the first time.
You just had so much like trauma just flash across my eyes, bro. So many flashbacks.
It's kind of like just buckling your seatbelt, drinking your water. There's things you do in life just because it's better to be safe than sorry. When you sit down to that PS4 and then you go to start your match, the first thing you do is you go to the settings, you go to Bluetooth devices, and you disconnect everybody's controller. You just want to avoid someone who's at their first FGC event, going around, about to meet their favorite players, about to connect to a new setup and play casuals, and they pause your tournament match while it's going on. So number one advice for me, disconnect the controllers. And if you don't know, maybe watch a YouTube video, because I honestly forgot. I sat there staring at that PS4 and I was like, how do I do this? It was like a good 3 minutes of me like...
It's been so long,
It's been a while, so that's a big one for me.
Yeah, no, bro, that's huge. Like I said, there's so much trauma that comes with that. And outside of just that, like there's, even though we're now people who have been to like a million tournaments, but at one point we were new to tournaments and we were deers and headlights, bro. And one of the first things I realized is that there is a game beyond the game that's called casuals, ladies and gentlemen. When you go to a tournament, I remember myself, young Rock TV, before I was Hollywood and all of that, before no neutral and everything, right? I'll go to the casuals. I see some of my favorite players I used to see online and whatnot. I'm like, man, I would love to get some offline games with these guys. I stand there, you stand behind the setups and everything, and I watch them play. And I know people usually run first to 2, first to 3, first to 5. These are all the sets I've heard about, these set counts. So you think at any time now, they are gonna be done soon. Eventually you find out they will never stop. They will play until Street Fighter 6 drops, unless you do what I'm about to tell you to do right now. You need to go ahead and say, hey, what's y'all running to? Like, what, or whatever words you put it in. What you
What's
guys
the score?
To? What's the score? That too. Look, because Brian, 9 times out of 10, when you ask people what they're playing to, what do they say?
Oh, we're just playing.
Every time, bro. They never say, oh,
it's a negotiation technique. It's literally like a negotiation technique. They're doing. Because if you're on this setup, we just say, oh, we're just playing, because the stakes haven't been set yet, right? So now the ball's back in your court. If you're the one asking for casuals, you need
because you gotta set the amount.
Now you gotta say, oh, you guys doing?
You already know.
What if we do first to 2s, first to 3s, and then you gotta gauge the response. And they go, all right, we'll do X amount. The score is, what is the score? Now the two players on the setup have to have a debate, right? Because whoever just won, is the score 0-0 now? They reset? Is it 1-0? Has one guy been winning 20 games in a row? That guy just won one, and then you ask for next? It gets very dicey.
That's interesting.
It's a whole three-party negotiation.
That kind of says a lot about you, bro. Because for me, when I'm playing casuals, if somebody was smoking me 20-3 or something, and then it's like, okay, somebody asked to play, now we're gonna do a versus 2, and I beat them in the versus 2. A lot of times I will still get up.
Yeah, I'll get up too.
I get up.
But I've been in the other situation where like I've been beating someone nonstop, and then someone asks for next, and then I'm like, okay, like let's do a first to 2 and just reset. You know what I mean? Because that way they can get the full set, and you play different when there's a stake. We mention all the time when there's stakes. We just talked about CPT being next level. Listen, tournament casuals, when there's no stakes, you're kind of just feeling things out. When you have to get off the setup if you lose, suddenly the bar is infinitely higher.
Yep.
You thought casuals didn't have stakes?
No money match or nothing like that, but
it's not online where you just rematch in ranked, right? If you got to get it back and wait in line, it's actually fairly high stakes in those tournament casual setups.
If you want to be aggressive with your tactics, instead of asking what you're like, if you ask them, what you're playing to, and they say, "Oh, we're just playing," instead of trying to like negotiate and see what they want to play to, what I say is like, "Oh, how about like, all right, let's run some. How about y'all to start a new first to 2?"
Right.
So I'm just gonna say first to 2 myself. If it was socially acceptable, I would say first to 1, but people will look at you crazy. I couldn't imagine somebody telling me to play first to 1. But first to 2, everybody gotta respect that, bro. So straight up, do not stand there thinking that you're gonna play.
And then please remind them of the score. Was that X amount?
Yes.
That's the polite way to do it, to be like, hey buddy, get up. You know what I mean? Because I'm telling you, some people they'll look back at you and see you not looking, and then they'll go boop, rematch. You gotta do it.
Don't get in the queue for like 7 setups. I forgot about that for casuals. I hate when people do that. Like I got next, or I'm after so and so, and
you
I
gotta
go walk over there. I'm after, and then like, bro, you expect us all to be waiting for you while you're on the other side of the venue, bro? No, if you got next somewhere, unless you got to go to the restroom real quick or something, stay right there and wait your turn. Come on, don't be a.
Yeah, you got be respectful of people's time. That's the thing. We're all sharing an environment. You might be used to playing at home where it's infinite rematches online, but now we share the setups, we share the space. You got to be respectful of people's times. That's it. There is one more I want to quickly mention before we move on. You got to read the room a little bit when people are playing before you start doing what we just talked about. To tap on the shoulder, like, oh, how many you got left? Look to some guy to the left or the right, some other FGC community member, and look over and out of the side of your mouth, be like, is this tournament? Do that first. Do that
You're
first.
Not lying, bro. You are
because
not lying.
I've had it happen, man. I'm playing a tournament match, and I've had people come up to me and just be like, "Oh, let me get next," or like, "Oh, nice," start talking to you, and I'm like, "Oh, hey, what's up, man? We're playing tournament right now."
Yeah, bro. I literally I think it was DreamHack Dallas or something, but it was one of the DreamHacks in Texas, and I don't know if you remember. That's the one you played Justin Wong at.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And the setups were so close, like the tables were so close. It was really tight where they had us playing. And I'm hyped for some match this way, but there's another match going on behind me. Bro, I'm hyped. I accidentally elbowed this guy in the back of the head, bro. He is in a tournament set. I was so embarrassed. Bro. And I'm just, now you know the next thing I'm thinking, right? I am praying that he wins.
He better win.
Please win. He lost. He actually lost. Now maybe he would have lost either way, but that's a few years ago now, and I still feel the guilt.
Maybe you did him a favor. Maybe he was guaranteed to lose, and now he can say, "I was gonna win, but Rob TV elbowed me in the back of the head and then ran away."
I owe you some alert, my guy. If you got Karma Breaker, I owe you some alert.
What, you trying to punish him more?
You already know.
Adding insult to injury with that one.
He'll know what that is.
He'll find out shortly. But before we get into Combo Breaker, that's a good one you bring up. That will be happening shortly. But before that, there's another big event coming up. More CPT action coming your way. We have, of course, the CPT UK and Ireland coming up. One of our favorite regions. We love talking about this region on this show because they have some of the most, how do I say it? the players, they're bombastic. They got personality, they got flair, and they got the skills. This is the land of Evo champions. We'll remind everyone of that. Definitely supporting some of the strongest players in the Street Fighter V scene. And this one, I think this event, there's a lot going on leading up to this one, because I feel like similar to CPT, NA West, you know, there's a lot of buzz around certain players. I don't know if you're going to name the same guy I'm naming, but we have the favorites, the long-running champions, Problem X, of course, Infectious, doing work. But to me, there's one guy I'm looking out for.
I wonder where you're about to go with this.
Another young buck who's been, you know, kind of causing a storm in this region.
Soundboy?
Not quite. He's one of them. I'm talking about the youngest one, most likely, Ending Walker. That's who I'm looking out for in this event.
Oh yeah, bro. That's actually, yeah. Oh my God, bro. I love his edge so much. Like, remember him versus Hurricane last season? Mm-hmm. That was ridiculous, bro.
And since then, Ed's had some adjustments, right? I think Ed's much more relevant in the meta for sure right now. The added addition to the EX extension from his hands, giving him corner carry from one of the most favored moves in the game. It controls neutral, it anti-airs, it extends his combos, and now he can burn the bar to get the knockdown, to get corner carry, and potentially, more damage and stun. It's so difficult to play around Ed right now when you're like that one hit away from stun. Flicker is coming, and if he gets that meter extension, it's like a third of your stun bar just out of nowhere. But he's been doing work in Salt Mine League recently since the patches come out. I think he won at least one of the Salt Mine Leagues with a lot of the heavy hitters in it. So Ending Walker is one guy I'm looking for to maybe shake up the results from what we expect.
Well, you know what I'm expecting to see. You know what I'm looking forward to see. Man like Problem X.
Of course.
Man like Problem X. Listen, let me talk to you, Ben. All right? I know you're watching right now. I want to tell you something. I know last season, my guy got second place 2 times, Brian. He got second place to 4 fields. Mind you, he's fighting from losers, right? He gets second place to 4 fields, who we'll talk about as well, of course. And then he comes up against, and of course that's the fault. And then he comes up against Infectious, another one of the amazing players from this region. Infectious busts out the Ken in grand finals and is able to take out Problem. But we know that Problem is looked at as, that's the biggest name over there. We seen what he did at Red Bull Kumite. The last time we seen Problem on a big stage like this, he won. Not the CPTs, but just something that had like super heavy stakes, big eyeball, a whole lot of eyeballs, things like that. So I feel like right now, man, my guy Problem, he wants to get into that cup. Last year, he actually didn't qualify for the cup, and that's something that we are not used to seeing whatsoever. Right now, with the character adjustments, of course he's already strong, but also with the character adjustments when it comes to Bison, I think they're very good. Or when it comes to Alex, of course, a character that Problem was already, I want to make sure we're clear, whatever he may do with Alex in this tournament, he was already doing that with Alex.
Right. He was the Alex player, right? In the last couple of seasons, he's been the Alex player. Like Problem, he picks the tool for the job, and it might not necessarily be an on-paper character matchup. It's a combination, right? He picks these characters to counterpick certain people, and we saw him use Alex to great success in both Street Fighter League and Red Bull Kumite. He got me with the Alex. I was wishing he picked that Bison, to be honest. The way he uses Alex, so strategic with the way he harasses you with the ranged elbows, the crouching medium punches. He pops V-trigger too, and he's a footsie monster, and he lulls you to sleep, and finally he lands that command grab, right? Like, he understands the pacing of that character so well to such a degree, and it's one you don't expect, and that was before this patch. So Alex is a monster right now, very specifically for certain characters, but I definitely expect to see a lot of the Bison, the changes that he had. But yeah, you're right. This is his chance to prove. He said it himself. When it comes to offline, man does the thing. I would love to see him do it online as well. I would love it.
I definitely would like to see him bring that type of energy here. But of course, he's not the only person that we're looking forward to.
But that said, there's a lot of big talent in this bracket. This region has been leveling up year after year, and we've been seeing a lot of new players rise up, cause problems. Quick shout out to people like you mentioned, Soundboy, Ending Walker, One Step Laird. Of course, Hurricane, one of the constants constants in the EU West region. So hopefully we get to see these guys perform to the best of their ability today, but you really can't call who's going to come out on top.
Gotta show love to, we brought him up, but not really in depth. My man Ford Fields, my man came out of
course.
I don't want to say he came out of nowhere, because that's not true. He been putting in work, but it's not like people were looking at him to do what he did in that first CPT event. I really think that his confidence, I'm sure, is high. I did reach out to him for comment before doing this, and he was saying that as of late, he's been a lot more on the content side of things, which I think, this environment has a lot of people more busting the cameras out and trying to, entertain the people, and I think that's dope that he's doing that. Of course, make sure you guys all follow my man on Twitter and everything. I really believe that to some degree, that even takes some of the pressure off of you. He already has the confidence from saying, last time I entered a CPT event, I won in impressive fashion. And I've been I'm a content creator. You know what I mean? So you kind of got the subconscious OS in your brain already. You win, cool. You don't win, you're calm. You're gonna turn the camera.
Right.
So
if he figures that one out, let me know, because I would love to use that, because I feel like in your heart of hearts, it never goes away.
You still gonna feel the pain. It depends on how true it is.
God.
It depends on how true it is. And what about Infectious though, man? That's the last person that we saw win a CPT event. And as amazing as he was, even a CPT, we got to make sure we think about even what he did in Street Fighter League. Dude is such a leader and a strategist. Like the way their team was, the Vodafone Giants, they write down their strategies, and they actually surprised us with the counter picks and everything, the character bands they were doing. So that kind of just goes, and he was really like the brains of the operation. So that goes to show just how deep his mind is. And for Daigo to go and say, hey, we need to pick you up on our team, his long tenure with Cygames Beast, that just shows how special he is. So I think he has a very strong chance to be a repeat champion.
He definitely does. I mean, you can't deny it. He's one of the best strategists in the game. Always playing in a way where if you're not really thinking deeply about it, you're like, what is this man doing?
The slides, the raw slides, the make-up crouch medium
Sometimes
punch.
You're like, what is he doing? And then you slowly, when you zoom out, you see the big picture. You're missing the forest for the trees when you play sometimes, and you're like, wow, this guy, he makes it seem so simple, and then you realize the genius behind it all. So definitely looking forward to some action from Infectious in this bracket. But what I'm also looking forward to is more CPT action. We have coming up the CPT NA Midwest and CPT Japan. So make sure you register for these as soon as possible. You can do that at CapcomProTour.com for all the details. I mean, Rob, me and you, best of luck, buddy. We got to register real quick for that bracket as well.
I'm rooting for you, man.
Thank you. Apparently I need it, so thank you.
And Brian, as excited as I am to play in CPT Midwest, I'm just as excited to give the people this important news right here. And that is that if you already own Street Fighter V on PS4 or PC, all of the Season 1 through Season 5 characters are completely free from April 27th all the way through May 11th. And also, if you don't already have Street Fighter V, you can boot up your PS4 and get the game and all of the characters entirely free.
And without further ado, we've been looking forward to this event for quite some time. Coming up now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the top 16 of the CPT UK and Ireland right now. Don't go anywhere.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down before my cycle.
It's time for trash.
Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
I'll settle this. It's the end! Let's The finale! You can't escape!
Hey, everybody, and welcome to the UK Ireland CPT. My name is Ultra David. As we promised, we mentioned this online on the Twitterverse. We do have a special guest commentator, and it's me. It's me here to commentate for the UK and Ireland. I'm having a blast. Hey, David, how's it going? Oh, wait, hold on. What? It's somebody else joining me, it turns out. It's not just me on commentary today.
All right,
we,
all
in
right,
fact,
David.
have somebody else. Who are you?
All right,
to
David. Let me handle
barge
this.
in on my spot?
Let me handle this. Let me tell you what. I just happened to be in the neighborhood.
Oh, cool.
And I heard there was something going down. And I said, you know what? There's no way you're commentating SF5 with my peoples and letting it go under the radar. I'm have to be here. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, myself, Jammers, joining Ultra David on commentary for the UK Ireland CPT, the one and only chance for these guys to qualify for the CPT. Yes, I am actually in Burbank, California, live from the studio where they do a lot of this work. And it's interesting because I had to be here.
Yeah.
Like I said, I couldn't let you do this and talk about my peoples behind my back.
Look, I'm so happy to have you here with me. You know the scene, of course, much better than I do. And as much as I, follow and like watching and stuff, you know the people involved here in a way that's just going to be very difficult for somebody who's not from the UK and Ireland to be able to do. It's great to have you sort of narrate and walk through what we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, of course. Listen, we've got familiar names in the bracket as well as some new names. I've heard there's a couple of young bloods in there as well, David. But for the most part, from what I've seen, these are all names I've bumped into online.
Okay.
And I did mention when I was doing a stream earlier this week, I said I wouldn't be around. And obviously I didn't say, I said I wouldn't be around, but I'm here though. So, I mean, when we get the bracket rolled up to let you guys know what is going on, that would be absolutely fantastic. But yes, it is going to be a juicy one this weekend. And like we said, only one person from these last 16 combatants can qualify for the Capcom Cup for 2022. As you can see here, our first match we're going to be seeing is going to be Infectious going up against Borowski, which is going to be an interesting one. David, I'll get onto that very soon because there's a little bit of a story behind that one. And if we go down further, we're going to see Hurricane versus Cam the Cypher. If you are from the UK or the European scene, you'll know about that little Twitter story that happened between these two last year.
All right, let's go beef. We'll talk about that later too.
It's going to be interesting. And if we go further down the bracket, the winner's side, it's going to be Four Phils going up against Soundboy. Four Phils, obviously one of the CPT winners from the Capcom Pro Tour season last year, as well as Infectious before. I forgot to mention that. Going up against Soundboy, one of the most improved players in the past 2 years, and he's definitely a formidable threat in that new and potent Cody. And of course, the last match that's going to be happening in the winners' quarterfinal for top 16 is going to be a run back from the second and last CPT last year, Problem X going up against One Step Later. And if we go down to the losers side, of course, there's going to be more names down here, which is interesting. A lot of these guys have been pretty consistent with their stream appearances for the CPT, David. And of course, round one, it will be Muscle Noob going up against Xeon Woods, I believe. Now, this is a name I have seen online, but it's good to actually see a new person here. But we'll get into that and delve into that more as we go into today's event or stream. And then further down, it's going to be Shax going against Afro Saiyan. Now, the classic one with the London guys. It's going to be an interesting matchup. I am curious to see who Shax is actually going to play against Afro Saiyan, because he's probably going to be going predominantly Nakali. And then we've got Mopulapo going up against Ending Walker. A surprising one at that. Balrog going up against Eds. I'm curious because there was a little bit of a hiccup that happened earlier today, but I think it's been resolved. But hopefully that we can get a very enjoyable match out of that. And last but not least, Mystic Smash, newly signed by Vexed Gaming. He announced it yesterday. Lo and behold, he scared everyone in the bracket. And he showed up. He's in the top 16. He'll be going up against AKA Jones. He did qualify for Red Bull Kumite London last year, and he shows up when the big events. And lo and behold, you see his name here doing that. So yeah, there were a lot of names that I didn't mention on this list.
Okay.
But full credit to the guys that are in this top 16 and here to play, because they're playing for keeps, David.
I appreciate that run through. Yeah, there's a lot of stories that we're going to get to as we get to these individual matches. But just to continue talking about the top 16, we're expecting a bunch of different characters on here for you today. Just in counting, I expect about 12 to 15, something like that. Just like depends on, what somebody wants to play in a particular matchup versus a player or character. So expect a lot of diversity when it comes to that. And then when it comes to the UK scene, something we were talking about a little earlier, I'm always very interested in the sort of intra-country rivalries. And that certainly exists in the UK as well.
Yes, of course. Obviously, it's usually London versus up north of the country. You know, your Liverpools, your Manchesters. Obviously, because our two heavy hitters from the country are Problem X from London and Infectious from Manchester. God bless some of you Americans, because you only think there's only London and Manchester when there's plenty more places in the UK. I can assure you of that. But again, it might be that run back. I know it's too soon to say. It might be premature of me to say it. It could be another Infectious Problem X final. Four Fields could make it there. Hurricane could take it. There are a couple of names that are CPT ready and experienced, but then there's a couple of new names here that I don't want to just give you the cliche answer, say I'm just happy to be here, smile and wave, boys. You know, it's like, it's going to be interesting, but we got two Auros in Cam the Cypher and Broski. Infectious has got 4 characters. Don't know who he's going to pick. Hurricane's been picking up Luke. Shax has picked up Luke. You know, the loser side has got a couple of Eds.
Yes.
So it's like, it's going to be another slobber knocker. And like you said, a good variety of characters there. And I can tell you what, they all hit hard. So I hope everybody knows how to defend themselves against the high damaging game that we all play.
I think another interesting thing here is that, as the guys mentioned on the pre-show, as Rob and Brian were talking about, it is not just the big heavy hitters you just mentioned, right? Infectious, Problem X, people who we've seen do big things on the world stage for quite a while at this point, but also players who have been on the come up over the last couple of years, right? And some of those are quite young. We have some teenagers in this top 16.
Yeah, so we've got Ending Walker, who is 15, I believe. Obviously, he's been featured on the set show. He played Soundboy in that. You know, he's been regular or top 3 or top 4 places in Salt Mine League for this current season, even before that. But I'd probably say out of all the players who have been on that come up and improvements, he's probably shown the best results. Obviously, in terms of just growth in the game, if you talk about CPT, then you got outside of Ending Walker, you got to include Soundboy and One Step Later, who are on the winner's side of this top 16 as well. We got Cam the Cypher. He used to play Laura, then he dabbled around with some characters, and then he ended up on Oro.
Okay.
I don't know if Broski had a huge influence on that, but he's loving Oro. Then we also have another young blood called Xeon Woods. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. It's 17. Now, I think he probably said he actually did choke against Broski. So he actually could have been in the winner's side. And he's got a formidable Ed. I haven't played him as much as other people in this bracket online, but I've seen some of his matches today, and he's been putting in that work. And lo and behold, the young players seem to gravitate towards Ed David. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. But I mean, look, he's a strong character. He's been going under the radar for quite some time. But it seems that young people are gravitating towards a character like Ed, which is crazy to me. But hopefully he can go the distance in the loser's side.
All right, well, we'll get to the matches in just a little bit. First, let's talk about what we have going on here for the prizing today.
Of course. So, I believe it is standard. Top 4 are getting a payout for this weekend. Obviously, they have to get into that place first to get the top 8. But yes, it is a $5,000 prize pool split between the top 4. It's going to be good money there. Listen, Infectious, save that money. Phil's invested that money into a new PC. So listen, these guys know what they're doing. But yeah, this is applies to all of the Capcom Online Pro Tour tournaments. It's a $5,000 prize pool. I believe it is part of a larger sum as well, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
In the end, when it comes to the Capcom Cup, I'm sure that there will be more. But speaking of that, you know, the only thing that you win is not just money here. Of course, the winner will auto-qualify into Capcom Cup. And as you mentioned earlier, there's just the one chance when it comes to the CPT qualification process per region, including here. Yeah, and this is where, I think this is why a lot of people like watching our region, because like we wear our hearts on our sleeves. So it's like when we're happy, we're elated, we'll let you know about it. When we're kind of disgruntled or we're kind of like annoyed at the day, we'll let you know about it. But because our top brass of players, like we were talking about earlier, David, our top brass of players, you can kind of list those names and they're like standard on a list if I had to give you 8 names. Below that, the high level tier, the high tier, it's like, okay, he could upset him, he has a good day against him, he knows how he thinks, so he can't beat him. And it's just like, it gets a bit tricky. And this is why you can look at not so much the disparity, but the clear difference at the winner's side as opposed to the loser's side. Loser's side is a little bit more volatile than the winner's side, but somebody could change something in the winner's bracket, but we will get to those matches soon. But hey, hopefully everyone's done their homework and we get these players ready and sorted to play a couple matches. But I mean, the first match, it's going to be a great opening. Infectious versus Broski there, David. Broski has obviously changed characters.
He's gone from Dalsim to Oro. He is probably, in my personal opinion, he is the best Oro, the most enjoyable for me. Shouts to Brian F as well. I like that his style is completely different to Broski's, but I think Broski is the one that really kind of put this character on the map in terms of the European side of things, and a lot of people asking for questions regarding the character. No. And of course, as well, Infectious. I mean, no introduction needed. Sponsored by the same team that Daigo is on. He's got multiple different characters, qualified for the CPT pretty much every year that he's been competing in it. And again, like, you know, you call him Infectious.jpg, you know, the robot. I mean, it's just a nonchalant facial expression if you ask me, but yeah, he's one of the most industrious, methodical players we have in our scene, and even in the international scene as well. So it says here he's mained Luke, so I'm going to take that assumption that he's only been playing Luke today. Okay, so he's made it easy for his opponents instead of giving them
well, we'll
riddles.
See. We'll see. We also asked the players to tell us a little bit about themselves, and we got a quote from Infectious. And that quote is, "My CPT demon, Broski. This is the ultimate test." Can you illuminate us a little bit on what this backstory is?
Yeah, please. I'll delve into that. So first of all, props to Infectious for, you know, saying this.
The admission,
because
of it, yeah.
I did mention this when I was streaming earlier, and I've said this before. It's people talk about, you know, who are your best players in the UK. Problem X, Infectious, Hurricane. Broski gets mentioned on some lists and like not on others. Now, when it comes to who represents us internationally, it's only Problem X and Infectious. But then I noticed something ever since the pandemic, and I was like, Broski has always beaten Infectious. Obviously we respect and highly revere Infectious in that right.
Sure.
But when he fights against Broski has always beaten him. And it's been 3-1 in the 2020 season. I believe it's 3-1 last year in one of the CPTs as well. But this is when he was playing Dalsim. He's playing Oro now. So I think what's going to happen here, this is first to 2 territory to qualify for the top 8. We'll see how this unfolds. But if something doesn't happen that's not working in Infectious's favor, that kind of cements that Broski knows how Infectious thinks. That's it. No matter what the character is, I just know how you think. But again, props to Infectious for just saying, look, this is my demon. I haven't been able to beat him in a tournament. Can't quite figure out why. I've changed characters. He's changed characters. And now Broski's played a character that's much more enjoyable. So the biggest question here, David, is has Infectious done his homework against Tengu Stone?
Okay, it is going to be Luke versus Oro. You know, I looked it up on fgcombo.com, and it's, in fact, 80% win rate for Broski.
That is insane.
Against Infectious. Somebody as strong as Infectious. Well, here we go. As you said, it's going to be first to 2 as we get into the first match between these two. I love watching Infectious play. As you said, the sort of the methodological aspect of it. The sort of very slow and cautious, and then all of a sudden 1,000 miles an hour.
The thing is, it's very, I like to call his style beautifully mundane. It's like, it's beautiful what he does, it's poetry, but it's also boring. Because it just gets the job done. He's super efficient.
Yeah.
But then he's already got Broski trapped in the corner, David, just peppering him away with those mediums. And we know Broski is very afraid to even use certain moves with the fireballs. So gets the hit grab for the side switch.
Yeah, here's Broski now.
He's going to do the medium kick. Yeah, plus 2 or 3 could be different. But Infectious hasn't teched yet.
Well, here's that slow approach again. Infectious is in the corner, but he doesn't find that he needs to jump or dash or anything like that. He is comfortable looking for these moments. That said, there is a Tengu Stone ready to go.
I think he wants Infectious to activate first.
I think that's... Oh,
no,
hold
he
on.
activates first. Okay, if he gets the hit, it'll be clean, but good view reversal from Infectious. It looks like he's going to opt for an EX bar strategy.
Hey! Oh, not quite there.
The tech.
Look at this D on Infectious' side. He weathers that complete Tengu Storm.
Okay, gets the confirm into EX Flash. Knuckle going to go for the full damage from the Rising Rocket. Misses his grab. Broski's very good at doing that. And another grab. Can he sneak one in and close out this round?
Okay, waltz right up with the medium right there.
Trust me, this is what's interesting because these two have a very similar thought process to the game. Very astute, very accurate with certain things, very meticulous in that regard. So the only thing that's going to defy that is if I kind of bring that element of surprise or kind of Street Fighter 5 you in that aspect, David.
Oh, beautiful punish by Infectious. You see he just walked forward and knew that that was coming as he's got corner control. And as he has in the last round too. He's comfortable walking back. That caging range right there. He doesn't need to overextend.
Because Oro can't do much. He jumped out, but then if he double jumps, he's put himself at even more risk than it would have been before.
We saw the punish to that earlier.
No, he misses it! That's going to be the round, David! Oh, he missed the low forward into the hit grab to get a side switch because he had Tengu ready. Infectious had no meter. That would have been such a pivotal moment.
Yeah, could have been a big swing. Again, very similar opening here for Infectious. He's just looking to see what Broski does.
The thing is, Broski will wait a while before he throws out Nichirincho. He always waits to see what you do, because if you jump, he'll try an anti-air. If you try and do something else, he'll pepper away. But because he's seen that Infectious is going to sit still, he'll be more comfortable and use the fireballs more liberally. That's exactly what he's doing now. There's the double jump, and he waited.
Again, Infectious just walked up, didn't get a full punish this time, but at least got the DP.
Right, I think this round, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it, I think this round's going to be decided by a V-trigger. I think he's going to break the deadlock.
Oh, no! Hold on.
Okay, going to go for the side swap. Good stuff, ending with Oniyama.
Yo!
There's the meaty, but he didn't think it was going to hit, so he gets the throw regardless. And if Broski can somehow work from there, he's dead.
Yes, that should be that. Broski, the spacings of those were beautiful. We saw plus frames and we saw Link right there.
So here's the thing. Oro got buffed. He got lovely quality of life changes, but he also got some substantial buffs. The forward medium kick one, where they changed the frame advantage, that I think that's one of the biggest changes he gets.
Yeah.
Now, when you are in the corner, people don't do this. I played Broski in a long set and I had to figure this out the hard way. You can V-shift it on reaction.
Okay.
And you can get a punish.
Okay.
But remember what I was telling you about certain things in this game, David? I said, you're not going to see that for a little while.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done.
And the thing is, remember this, right? Before the patch, you saw Infectious pumping out content, streaming. When the patch released, he went radio silent, so nobody knew what he was doing. And he wasn't playing that many people. Believe me, I'd know.
Yeah.
All right, goes for the forward medium punch. Try to get the frame trap there.
Yes.
Quote-unquote footsies.
There's a punish. Broski again with the jump back, and here this time, Infectious, as we saw before, big punish on that. Oh my god.
You know what? Sensational damage there. I don't think Broski actually needs to jump. He wants to. I understand why, but Infectious shown that answer very consistently. He's going to take this round off with a hard shot charge into the flash knuckle and end it there. Yeah, you know what? I think Broski doesn't need to jump, me personally, but I'm not in the hot seat. I'm backseat gaming, as they call it.
Of course, yeah. But we have seen in a couple of rounds so far that those have been pivotal moments. Lots of damage, putting him into the corner. You know, you want to have a multifaceted approach, of course.
That could have been a bigger punish there.
Yeah.
He could have done an EX Tatsu there, but he didn't go for it. I like it because these two are very risk-averse in certain departments. And I know Broski doesn't want to risk certain things at the moment.
And we're not seeing him jump, notably. 20 seconds in, he's just been on the ground.
Yeah, look, just use... Aura's got some of the most annoying medium attacks in the game. You might as well use them.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic spacing for these.
Oh, he tried to take a preemptive approach. Forward medium punch. He gets the confirm there, Infectious. Goes for a grab. Will he dash on and do another one? He waits. I like it.
Patience on his side, too. Something that we expect on both sides here. Neither one has jumped in this round. Oh,
Yeah, he'll take
there
it.
we go. Yes, of course.
That is -8 on block, and I think the way Infectious is playing it, this is a huge and pivotal moment. However,
That red bar is stocked as a result.
but Infectious won't activate. He wants to save it for Tengu, and Onibi comes out. This is good. All right, we can play the minigame.
Oh, is he getting anti-air?
He might be dead.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be huge.
David, and Luke's got less health. Wait, he fell for the fireball trap into the raw activation from the Tengu Midari Stone, and it puts our old man at match point. And David, Infectious is at a meter disadvantage.
It's very surprising that he jumped in that instance after having been patient for so long.
All right, stand hard punch into the sandblast. You know what? I think both of these guys are going to have to employ that death by 1,000 cut strategy. I think if they do get a big damage, it's going to be from a jump.
Well, you can tell neither one wants to make the big bet.
I think at this point, Infectious has to. It's a sweep. He's got amazing buttons, by the way.
No doubt about it, yeah.
No one talks about his sweep enough. They talk about the other buttons, and he gets the counter hit confirmed off of the standing beating kick.
Ooh, setup.
Because he didn't want to risk the
Get a little D-meter here.
He didn't want to risk the reversal. Yeah, he's going to risk it. He's going to go back to that neutral. The great damage is helping out here, but Infectious really doesn't know knows what he wants to do here, David.
We talked about Trigger earlier. We have yet to see it from Infectious. He's used the red bar on other stuff.
I think if he activates it, he knows what's going to happen.
Yeah. There's just such a risk.
Walks away.
A little bit misspaced, and here's the punish. It gets to start the wow.
He let it go. That's the only one that's let
And
it
Trigger.
off. If he activates, it's a game of chicken now. Whoever activates first might lose this game.
Yes, 30 on the clock.
He's
Here it's
gonna
going
do
to
it.
be Broski.
Blocked.
And then Patience just in
Grab him.
case.
Yeah, he has to grab him 3 times. He doesn't want it to be reversal. Oh, there it is. Here he got him.
That's going to be it. That's going to be it. Broski again takes down Infectious. Again.
Right. As I said before this set started, I personally coming into this, when I was on my flight to California, I was like, I don't know if he's going to do this with Oro. It's versus-2 territory, but he done it. Yeah. Like I said, this is just my personal perspective. Obviously, I'll have to speak to both the players individually, but how I just see it is I just think Broski knows how Infectious thinks and how he plays. And it's like, okay, like I said, Infectious is very methodical, meticulous with what he does. But at the end of the day, how do we learn things? Life lesson, experience. I don't think you've had that Broski Oro experience. You had to learn it on the fly. He didn't do too bad, to be honest with you.
Well, he did not, but I would say that I agree with you that there's a player understanding here that goes beyond just the characters, and I think I got that sense in watching how Broski played the strike-throw game when it came to I think, game number 1. Broski had a couple of moments when he walked up, just kind of stutter-stepping around, grab one time. The second time he did that, it was medium kick, and he got a significant combo out of it. That kind of stuff is more about the player than the character, kind of an insight into how he understands his opponent. And even somebody as strong as Infectious, sometimes you have demons.
And this is it. You could see it in their gameplay. They're just trying to ascertain, what are you doing first? Because usually at round start, that's probably when you're most vulnerable. Automatic fireball, automatic like backdash jump in. It's like, no, Broski, we'll wait a little while. And he goes, all right, you're not moving? Fireball away. Same thing with Infectious. And again, he had to learn that spacing on the fly. You saw it. He wasn't really dealing with forward medium kick well enough at the start, and then over time, moved back a little bit, got that jab into the target combo punish. So I don't think there was too much wrong that Infectious did. I just think it was just the experience on the day that just let him down. But it only means he's down, but he's not out. But again, I mean, that just adds to the FGC combo stats and our stats altogether. It still remains that Broski has the better of Infectious.
As a result, he will be in the top 8 winner's side tomorrow. So he's done for the day. He can hang out. He can just watch the rest of this. And the next one that he's going to be watching, if he is still checking it out, it's going to be Hurricane versus Cam the Cypher.
So this is interesting because no matter how you look at this, Hurricane is surrounded by Aura players.
That's right.
Hurricane is surrounded by... If he wins,
he's
got to fight Broski tomorrow. And if that hypothetical does happen, I'll talk about that more tomorrow. However, he's got it's young blood in Cam the Cypher, 15 years of age, we were told, and he's been going around the houses. When he first started being more active in the game, he played Laura. I think he did dab with Poison at one point. I can't remember if he dabbed with someone else, but he landed on Oro. And I was like, okay, so you definitely like your explosive characters, whether it's in the V-Trigger or like the aesthetics or something. But he seems to have come into his own, fully blossomed with the Oro. Completely different style to Broski. But again, when I was talking about this guy in the week, I looked at his path and I said, he could get a couple of people because some people have been inactive and he's been like incredibly proactive in terms of studying and just actively playing and getting that experience as much as he can. And this is the key component. And you told me this before, David. He's got to love the character. Yeah. And when you love the character, you'll play the game more. That's it. So,
well, he did take a couple names. He beat Shivs and Afro-San on his way here. He also said that he first got into Street Fighter when his parents bought him Super Street Fighter 4 for Christmas. That's very cute. He was young at that time. That's pretty cool. And Hurricane, of course, also his first competitive game was SF4's first Street Fighter competitive game.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see. So, like, Hurricane last year at this stage, he did fight Broski, and it was 2-1 to Hurricane. But that's when Broski was still in like the infantry stages of Oro. I wonder, I don't know how often these guys have played, but I mean, if you are in the UK FGC or the European FGC, you would have known once upon a time on Twitter, Hurricane had a 59 win streak and Cam the Cypher put a video up ending it, and that didn't quite end well. So I think it kind of brought up, it's kind of funny to some, probably not to others, but it's going to be interesting here. Now, I believe Hurricane has been using Cammy throughout today. He does have a Luke. He's been learning the Luke, David. I mean, it's mandatory for some of these guys at some point if you really think about it. Is he going to pick Luke here? Are we going to see the repeat match of what we just saw a second ago? Or is he going to go Cammy with less health, more recovery on normals?
Interesting that Cam also said, Hurricane's a great player, of course, but I do love the Cammy matchup. And I trust myself to play solid and close it out. Cam would prefer, I think, if this was Cammy, according to that statement.
Now, here's the thing. You're 15. I would prefer a lot of things in life too. But yeah. I don't know. This is what separates the men from the boys. Has Cam the Cypher faced Tournament Hurricane?
Sure.
That's the only thing. That's the biggest $1 million question. Have you fought Tournament Hurricane? Because sometimes I'd like to fight Zangief on my tournament day. Doesn't mean I'm not going to be scared.
Yeah.
It can go south real quick. And the thing is, one thing I have to give credit for Cam the Cypher's Oro gameplay is his anti-air game is on point.
Okay.
I think
Important.
his anti-air game is on point. So if he gets that, if he pulls it off and executes that well, it's gonna be a big problem for Hurricane. But however, Hurricane CPT veteran, he's seasoned. Obviously, had a little. In my personal perspective, he's had a couple of hiccups here and there. We mentioned it in the PlayStation tournament. We saw him in a couple of last month, I should say. But he knows what's at stake, and he knows what he has to be done, or knows what needs to be done. This is what the players have to do, and they know what they must do when it comes to it. At his first to 2 territory as well. So get ready for more Aura explosive. Keep up, Aura players, because if you keep doing this, we're one email away from getting Tengu's
Well, I mean, it could be a winner's top 8, Oro. But hey, look, we'll see.
world.
We'll see. There's a lot to be played before that.
Okay, so it looks like Hurricane's gone with V-Skill 2, V-Trigger 1. Okay, standard approach. That was an accidental V-Skill 1 there. I think Cam the Cypher has a couple of accidental V-Skill inputs. I'm not sure if he's mapped it to one button or just fat fingers it, but he needs to be careful there. I know both these characters have low vitality. It's the hit grind. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he tried that earlier.
Yeah, he tried to do the light on me and my. I'm telling you, he's ready for the jumps. He's ready.
Yeah, and then patient there. Very patient, in fact, just walking back.
He's got good defense.
It does look like that.
To open him up, this is where the stubborn side of your gameplay has to come in. Anti-airs again.
Here we go, party.
And Hurricane's in trigger, so he's got to hold this. Back throw, gonna get it some meaty, yep. He's gone for the 3 stones this time.
Defense on Hurricanes. Oh, that was so great. Patience and then the DP when he needed it.
Okay. Throw, can he get another one? Not quite,
No.
next hit will win it. That could have been super.
I'll challenge.
I think Cam the
back
Cypher's aiming for chip.
Really?
Yeah,
What?
okay. He's sending that message, but this is
I
it.
mean, for sure.
It's going to be Tournament Hurricane here. You don't know what they're going to do on the day, David.
But very interesting solution after.
He showed it early. I think that might have been a bit too early, but he's shown that card already, Hurricane.
Here we go, Cam. Pushing towards the corner. Again, he's trying to jump jab.
I think he's trying to do the uppercut, but I think he's releasing
Do you
the
think he's
charge.
doing it too early?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think he's doing it too early.
Sure, yeah.
Because I think Aura's got very long charge times for a lot of his moves, so sometimes you're going to put yourself in more danger than get out of it. With punish, stay on the stand fierce.
I like the idea, not quite there.
Okay,
The Hurricane's ready to go on trigger, and so patience from Cam.
Yeah, he wants to let him activate first. He's probably going to get tossed around a couple of times here. Maybe 1 or 2 dive kicks.
Hey, look, I mean, jump jab has worked out a few times now. And I think you may be right that that's a screw up, but whatever, it's working out. Okay, she lives.
Nah, that's fine. He can play from here. Just don't throw a fireball.
I was just thinking, yeah.
Just wait, please,
please,
just wait. Wait until you get Tengu, and then do what you want. But don't throw a fireball.
Again, that defensive play right there of knowing exactly when to hit the button to interrupt the opponent's potential offense.
No, trust me, he does super delay tech at times, but it's very hard to break him down. And it's like, it can annoy people, especially if you're not watching a replay, so you can't see his inputs.
Right.
So you're like, what are you doing? It's annoying me. And you haven't got a command grab either. Well, you do, but
Oh, wow, yeah.
that's going to be punishable.
Oh, boy.
Raw Spiral Arrow will do that,
I would think so, yeah.
Good tech. He gets takes his turn back.
Oh, yo, okay, knew exactly. And by the way, that was the first dash that we had seen out of Cam in that kind of a situation. Hurricane was so ready for it.
Now, here's the thing. I try to tell the players, try not to, jinx yourself on the day. And I know we all have our preferences, but it's like, he did say I prefer the Cammy matchup. It has been one game, but we've seen, what did we see? We saw -2 or a poorly spaced EX dive kick into a reversal from Hurricane.
Yeah.
A couple of jumps where he wasn't getting quite the anti he wanted. The situation was fine. He wasn't getting the anti that he wanted.
Yeah.
Tengu has worked here and there, but again, he's losing damage in probably situations, or he's losing health in situations that Cam the Cypher probably can't see. And hopefully, he can let that unravel and kind of find that situational awareness he needs to bring himself back into this set. Nice conversion.
A little bit here, yeah.
There we go. And the thing is, you can actually throw fireballs against Cammy. When she's got no meter, that's a good fireball against Cammy.
Especially at that range.
Yeah.
Yes. Important to see.
He wants to get out.
No!
I don't know if he wanted that, but kudos for trying, but you lost a lot of health in the
Oh, he
process.
knew it? Let's go, Cam.
The activation here from Hurricane gets it, and good tech there, because that was going to be a back throw.
Interesting. Wow. And Hurricane was ready for the jump. He just didn't choose the right option. Back strong was not good enough.
All right, they both got 1 bar. Cam the Cypher's looking to come back again. Like David, you pointed this out, and I said it. This kid has got exceptional defense.
Yeah,
Imagine if he sticks around with these games. Gets a throw. He's not going to jump as well. He's
waiting it out.
He's done a couple of neutral jumps. He just hasn't jumped forward at Hurricane. I think he tried there.
Yeah.
Dive kick. So he's in front, and he's not biting, as you can clearly see. No Tengu yet, so a couple of dash stories will get there. Oh, no cancel.
Even if he just blocks a couple things, he's straight on that.
Do you know what? It's bugging me. I'm
Here we
going
go.
to ask him. Yeah, see? There you go. I'm going to ask him. I said, are those jump jabs what you want?
Here we go.
He's got to hold this.
Important to see. Great tech.
He's dead. He's dead.
Should be supers there still.
Please make this simple. You're not making this simple. You're not
It worked out. It worked out. Love it from Cam.
So what's crazy about this, because look, there's no denying it. I think you can't refute this at this point, David. That is one of the best V triggers in the game.
Of course.
For just its situational presence and its versatility. Now, Hurricane, I think he neutral jumped. I'm not sure he tried to jump out of the corner, but the lingering Tengu Stones caught it.
Yeah.
And when the lingering Tengu Stones catch you, that's unscaled damage. That's raw damage against a character that's been nerfed now. So the fact that was a 1-bar conversion, and it was a very clinical conversion in the corner, fantastic stuff. So it's one apiece. David, we might be getting your wish.
Well, we'll see. Finally, I don't know if I'm wishing for it, but oh, beautiful jump spacing. A lot closer than before when that firewall was thrown.
Okay, he's just waiting. Yeah, okay, trying to pick an opportune moment to get out the corner, and Hurricane's changing the angle and the timing of his dive kick now. He's going to throw off Cam the Cypher really well.
Yeah,
Stun's still high, though.
Just walks out. Here's Cam.
He should have waited. I promise you, if he waited for that, it would have been a different game, and he tried to interrupt the string, but Hurricane, ready at the waiting. He knows when someone's antsy and panicky and wants to break his momentum. What that does is it puts him at match point, David.
Hey, the drum was there for Cam. And he's
Interrupts
really
the
putting up
jab.
a wall right now. No anti-air though.
I think he's getting a little bit more antsy on defense now. He's starting to, like, I think he's got some sort of comfortable rhythm on Hurricane. So he's starting to jab a little bit more.
He's much more active right now.
He might tech. Oh, look. There you go. If he gets a clean hit.
Activity. He's very buttonsy. They're on the anti-air as well. Hurricane, of course, gets the party started. Jabs in. Look, Cam looking great. And the confirm. And we're going to go down a match point now for both.
I'm telling you, when I was playing this kid and I jumped at him, I said, how is he doing that every single time? And he's doing this against Cammy's unreactable dive kick, David.
Unreactable, they say.
Wow. That's your medium punch. Hurricane, you haven't got the health to be playing like this. He's got super, though. One early super. That was a lovely empty jump. That is one way to exploit that anti-air, because he gets huge damage off of that conversion there.
Yeah.
Punish. No, he's not going to risk it. That's fine. Okay, good confirm.
Again, that option has been so important. Giving up the V-bar.
He'll take anything at this point. On EB's out. One more projectile is going to be super, so please, he has to be aware of that. It's a conversion of the stand medium punch anti-air.
Oh, and he's got super. Next hit could kill.
Block, that's it.
Punish.
That's it.
Scam. All he's going to do was sit, put the super. He had another chance, though, and this time he took it, and it is going to be Cam. Moving on, sending Hurricane down to the loser's side and sending himself to winner's side, top 8, where it will be Oro versus Oro.
That is insane. I don't think anyone would have forecasted that throughout this entire year of this CPT coming, David. But yes, Cam the Cypher prevails over Hurricane. And like we said, the anti-airs are on point. Even if it was a couple of accidental ones, the jump jab in the situation was still conducive to him. You know, got the conversion, stray hits, and at the end, he got a little bit more active. And these guys are definitely throwing their opponents off. And he did say, I prefer Cammy. I like the Cammy matchup. Styled on him a little bit, but hey, it came through. I hate to say it, David. I'm not sure if... I promise you our guys do our Aura homework. We have done our Aura homework.
You guys have played against Oro a couple times, I know. I know.
But, no, do you know what? Full credit there to Cam the Cypher. Fantastic. Well played. And Hurricane, he finds himself in the loser's bracket now. Again, down, but not out. But do you know what? I think it's going to be very weird looking forward to tomorrow.
It's a very interesting result. Very interesting result. 2 Oros in the top 8. Of course, we'll talk all about that tomorrow and later on. As far as that matchup, you know, you talked about how Cam got a little bit buttonsier towards the end of it, and that was a sign to me that he began to get a better understanding of the opponent's timings, rhythms, where it was that Hurricane wanted to be. And as that was working out, he just took more and more control.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, I can't express this enough. One of the most fundamental things you got to learn is your anti-air game, and he was doing it against a character a lot of people have problems with. Yes, I know on Myanmar the uppercut is a down charge, but the consistency, I think there's, what, an 85, maybe to 90% success rate on what he was doing to prevent Hurricane's comfortable approach. He tackled the dive kick really well. A couple of hiccups here in the executional part, but you could see the game plan, the strategy, it was there and it was well executed. Put him in the top 8. So full credit and fantastic stuff there to Cam the Cypher. You will be seeing him, like David said, just to reiterate, you will be seeing him in the top 8 tomorrow, but we'll be seeing Hurricane a little bit later today, see if he can cement his spot, keep that consistency by featuring in the top 8. But
the next one in winner's side that we have will be the 4 Phils versus Aura Soundboy.
This is interesting because I had to dig deep for this. I probably didn't dig deep enough. I actually cannot recollect the last time these two have played in a very big tournament, high-stakes tournament. These guys have been playing. Soundboy's been probably less active than 4 Phils, but he still has a great mindset regarding this. But yeah, he was in the top 8 last year for the CPT, and he's one of the most improved players over the past 2 years in that Cody. Yes, Cody did get buffed, and he's getting beautiful quality of life changes, but it's been exceptional nevertheless. 4 Phils, on the other hand, he's kind of taken the more content creation route.
Okay.
You know, showing people like why he is the Falcon to be looking towards, you know, talk about matchups, doing content, doing more streams. Obviously, he got a new PC recently, so he's been enjoying that PC life. And, you know, it's been great. And obviously, he did qualify for the finals last year. Obviously, it couldn't be a proper finals, but he still was part of that. And I've actually known him ever since he came to one of our locals back in 2019, I think it was, because he was an online presence before. And I was playing Falk at the time. Because I was trying to learn the character to talk about on commentary. Then he came out of nowhere. Then we bumped into each other at an event, and we were talking about Falk as a character. And he goes, how come you don't do this? I said, how come you don't do that? And then I played Falk a certain way. He managed to get Falk to play this game. And I said, this kid has just done... He's done something I could never do with this character. And then some people were like, yeah, 4 Phils does this, 4 Phils does that. And then 4 Phils will always remind me, he says, you know, you used to speak to me about this character. He goes, it was Gemmers. So it's like, again, I just like seeing how far he's come with the character.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think both of these characters, to be honest, Falk and Cody, are characters who were already kind of going under the radar even last season. I already thought that they were quite good. And then, you know, this season, of course, as you mentioned, they both got a couple of extra things. I don't know if y'all saw, but John Takeuchi Cody in Topanga had just a tear of a day, ripping through all of these extremely, extremely good long-term names. Now, of course, he's been a strong top-level player himself for quite a while now. But when he switched to Cody, initially there was not that much success. And so it's great for me to see that he, and as well as Soundboy, the other Codys out there, have put in work with this character over the last few years. At the same time, he's been improved a little bit as well. But, you know, the combination of those two, putting in a lot of time, also character getting stronger, means that you have a tremendous amount of success. And that's the case for both of these. Again, Falk, when she began, was not at the top of things, right? So putting in a lot of work plus character strong, part of why we see these two players up here.
Yeah, and you're probably looking at, again, these are some of the most beneficial characters in terms of the recent update, but their potency in terms of damage and flexibility from the conversions, it's brilliant, right? And again, these two have probably played each other online here and there, but I'm thinking, like, I can't remember if they bumped into each other or even that close to each other in the bracket for CPTs.
Well, according to FG Combo, they have played in Salt Mine quite a few times. Actually, a ton of times. And the 4 Phils has a 78% win rate.
I can think of a couple of reasons why. I think it's just how the matchup works and the tools that are available to both.
Yeah, having played Falk, how do you feel about the matchup versus Cody? I mean, that was quite a while ago.
It was quite a while ago, but no, I think, like, obviously, what's annoying a lot of people now about the character is her aerial option. Some people might say it's a bit more annoying to deal with than Cammy's. And it's like, you know, it's a jump shot. Is she going to do the down, the plummet with the air down medium kick? Is she just going to do jump fierce? So they've got a similar damage output. I might slightly give it to Cody because of level 2 Zonk, but you can't ignore the fact of Psycho Mine and the possibilities you can get off of that. Neutral's fine. If you throw out Tornado Sweep, Falk will just charge a shot and adjust accordingly. Mid-range, and you're going to see this with Soundboy, right? Soundboy, one thing, if I had to pick one thing out of his gameplay, like why did he improve exponentially in the past 2 years? It was his mid-range situation awareness. So he stopped relying on Zonk. It's a Cody play, it's in your blood, you're going to do it. But he stopped relying on it as much, and he started like understanding the range he's got to stand at, and trying to whiff punish with stand medium punch, buffer with crouching medium punch, use standing light kick, I've got a crush counter that a lot of people don't know how to really comfortably deal with, and it's got better now, so it's more consistent. The follow-up's more consistent with the forward HK. So his mid-range game is fantastic. We're going to see this a little bit later because obviously the thing that John Takeuchi spoke about before was I think he's talked about a V-trigger list as to which matchups he prefer using V-trigger 1 as opposed to V-trigger 2. Now, this is the best way to put it. Soundboy is anti-knife crime. He doesn't like using.
Yeah?
He doesn't really like using the knife. He's been about the pipe for a long time.
I mean, it's been good for a long time.
But I think with how neutral V-shift being introduced to the game and how things have panned out, the knife, I can see why it is the better pick.
It's very good too.
More consistency, risk averse. You know, that's not a knife, that's a sword. Like the way the hitboxes are working, that looks like a sword to me. So I can understand why people would gravitate towards that. Now he has tried it here and there to kind of keep up with the knowledge, but overall his comfortability has always been with the V-trigger 2. So he'll probably go V-trigger 2, and I think one of the best ways to crack open 4Fields' defense is to have a command grab, because 4Fields likes to walk back. He will reversal. The thing is, you know as well as I do, if you've got a command grab, instead of comfortably walking away, your opponent's going to be forced to do something. So they're going to commit, even if it's a backdash, they're going to commit to something. It's like, okay, I've got you. Because it's the threat of these moves.
Yeah.
And again, it's the threat of the jump shot, maybe the threat of the low shot. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys pan out. I mean, 4Fields had a very close set with Mopolapo to get into the top 16 because it was 2-1. And he spoke about this. Shouts to 4Fields. He has got a YouTube channel if you want to check it out. Just type in 4Fields on YouTube and you'll find the YouTube channel. He said, is the matchup better now? It's a little bit better. It's still a bit more, it's still annoying because 9-frame EX dash straight, but it's going to be working like that. But yes,
here we go.
Soundboy has gone with V-Trigger 2, V-Skill 2. The Crime Sway might be able to help with the jump approach. It's a little bit risky, but it might be able to mitigate one or two things here and there. I'm surprised 4Fields has gone with V-Trigger 1 and not Psycho Angry. Interesting.
Looks like I can have a little fun.
All right, well, we'll see how it plays out again. We're in winner's side. Winner will be in top 8 tomorrow.
Forward fierce.
That range right there.
Yeah.
A lot of control.
He's trying to get in that mid-range as well, but what's going to happen is if he has to deal with that forward fierce too much, that's going to try and commit him to jump. And 4Fields, he's going to be ready for that anti-air.
Interesting. Right off the bat, walking up after the roundhouse.
Yeah,
Taking
I
his
think
turn.
What's going to be interesting about a lot of our players, David, is you're going to like to see their just kind of like I said, their mid-range interactions. We really got some interesting choices here.
Yeah, and the choice to throw towards the corner was an interesting one as well. Very nice. What a jump, but early Fierce.
I think he went to
Maybe
charge the shot
release,
first.
yeah.
Down hard, downward hard kick, applying the pressure, going to activate the V-Trigger 1. No jump yet from 4Fields. He might just want the frame advantage. Any conversion will be into the shot, and it'll be a knockdown. Good air to it.
Oh, big chance now for Soundboy.
Okay, he's going to spend the bar because he was too fast. He's going to go for that damage. That's crazy. If our Lord and Savior Daigo said that damage is a bit too high, it might be a bit too high. No conversion.
Yeah, as soon as he got there, he had control. But yeah, no, I like that. There was navigating by Soundboy of that mid-range by 4Fields.
All right. So 4Fields, they didn't really spend much meter, and like Falcon doesn't really do it. Her meter's for conversions and get off. So holding onto that meter for CA or other big conversions or help with defensive choices, it's going to be a big deal for Fields in this matchup, especially with a hard hitter like Cody.
Patience on Soundboy's side. Oh man, he's
Level
just
2.
nailed these moments.
Do you know what? I did ask him once. I said, do you hold the charge button from the character select screen? Because like that level 2, it changed a lot of things, David.
Oh yeah, super important.
Oh, he gets it. The Soundboy special, walking back. Stand light kick cancelled the exon, puts him in the corner. Ooh, he might be stunned after this if he goes for the guess. No, he's going to play it safe.
One mix-up for that, though.
Good break there for
Extremely
Fields.
important tech.
Fields, do you know what? I was going to say Fields might have to jump, and he did.
That's okay, though.
But he's going to have to jump again in a minute.
Got super. Look at this
Yeah,
approach.
and that's
Yo,
it.
that was sick.
That could have been a ruffian.
Dude, he could have done stuff there for sure.
Okay, I definitely knew Soundboy did his homework hours before this. He's definitely seen that situation, and that was very fast.
Oh, wow. Yeah, interesting. Cody, game 1, Soundboy up there.
Now, the thing is, he played Ending Walker to get here. It was a nail-biting set, 2-1, last game, last round, and he showed something right at the end of the set against Ending Walker, which he didn't do in the early stages of that set. I think he might have showed his hand too early. I think he might have showed his hand too early. Because sometimes, David, you got to do defensive conditioning. You got to let Phils do the shot and block it to see what happens, and then bring that out later. But now that Phils has seen that, it might be a more grounded approach. But
Yeah,
maybe that's what Soundboy wants. Maybe that's what he wants.
What? That was sick.
And you have to charge as well. That charge is amazing. Good V shift.
Yeah, just getting out of there. It's really making the most of a lot of his opportunities.
But it's more like, you know, the elusive style. In and out. Get out of there when you can. Doesn't need the V meter currently. 4 Phils.
It's going to hit, yep.
Yeah, 4 Phils didn't change his trigger, so... Oh.
Dashing and just caught by the Fierce. Interesting. Soundboy now is at match point.
Some of his biggest concerns by playing Cody has been the zoners. So he's had to put in extra work against all of them. The Manats, the Poisons, the Falcons. He's had to put in the extra... And you can see it. Clear as day, the plan's been executed. Okay, minus. He's trying to catch him doing delayed tech, but Soundboy does not need to tech. He has no reason to do that on match point.
No, he's looking great. He's got corner control yet again. Oh, the 4 Phils is in big trouble.
The throw here. I don't know how Phil's going to activate, but he does. Gets out of the corner. And the thing is as well, he hasn't got V-Skill 2 either.
Right.
I think the V-System loadout was a very weird choice on my end anyway. I don't know if he normally does it against Cody.
He has used it to nullify the projectiles a couple of times, but...
Soundboy hasn't used it. He's only used it like
Just
like
a
3
couple of
times.
times, yeah.
He's only 3 times, so... It's the jump shot, no trigger. 4 Phil's going to have to do this the honest way, and I don't think that's going to happen. Things are looking very dire at the moment here.
Yeah, you see more movement on his side, a little bit more shots on his side. He's trying to be more active because something needs to change.
Almost got the jump in there.
Patience just in case of DP. Soundboy knows he only needs one more thing. I love this offensive view reversal as well. He now only needs 1 hit.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's completely fine.
Sure. Yeah, Soundboy, he knows. At this point, only 2 hits. He's fine.
The thing is, now Phils needs 1 hit into CA.
Yeah, I mean, that said, like, in the meantime, Phils has done a huge amount of incidental damage here and there.
Oh, and that's it.
Yes.
Walk up, throw. He wasn't really relying on throws. He played an exceptional neutral game to allow him to do that. And like I said, that mid-range awareness is what allowed him to be dominant, and he looked completely comfortable. A very efficient performance there from Soundboy against 4 Phils. 4 Phils looked, me personally, it looked a bit shaky. Now, again, me at outside perspective, just, you know, the second pair of eyes, I didn't think he'd go with V-Skill 1, V-Trigger 1. I thought that we would have seen a second of something. But maybe he feels that, you know, Psycho Mind might not have much utility in the matchup. Maybe he doesn't really need to rely on the Psycho Angriff comeback. But how, you know, Soundboy prepared and, like, played that matchup, it's like you kind of needed that extra factor, that wild card to help you there. But unfortunately, to no avail. But congrats to Soundboy, man. That's fantastic.
Look at that top 8 winner side. It could have been Infectious versus Hurricane and 4 Phils versus, you know, whichever one of the next 2 wins. But it could have been names that have been up there in the top 8 many times in the past. You know, Broski's been there before. Soundboy, Cam the Cypher, and Broski will be in top 8. You know, based on this, is it going to be Problem X and Loser's side as well?
Well, I mean, this is interesting because I'll kind of allude to it now, but we'll kind of delve into it a little bit later. Whoever, regardless of that next set, Soundboy is going to either fight his very best training partner or a run back from last year's CPT. But you know what? Time goes on. We have more entertaining matches coming for you. But hey, let us not forget, I know you all have mobile phones, and there's been this talk of the town. This game's coming out soon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you know it's my favorite, it's your favorite, it's the CPT's favorite. It is Street Fighter Duel. The Capcom authorized mobile Street Fighter game is now available for download in China, and there will be a global release coming soon. I know I told you that in December, but I promise you, it's coming. Just stick with me. Stay with me like we say in fighting games. Stay with me indeed. But yeah, you can fight alongside your characters, Ryu, Chun-Li, Ken, against the Suzaku Castle. That must be a new stage, because I've seen some new artwork for this game as well, actually. And further yourself into the Shadowloo City, explore the mysterious organization, and experience the classic stories of all your fighters, and recall your memories from the original Street Fighter. It is back, and of course there is a variety of fighting styles like your counter, your stunts, your combos, and your supers. Like we said before, there's an impressive array of fighting elements and mechanics for you to be immersed and enjoy the experience only on your mobile phone. Like we said, it's an epic legend that is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best Street Fighter indeed. Like I said, it's available in China. And of course, do not forget, there is a free trial happening right now. I believe it is, yes. So, I think it's coming to a close, but obviously I'm in California, I'm not in the UK now, so there's a little bit more time. But yes, if you haven't played the game and you've been enjoying competitive action, maybe watching your favorite streamers, maybe there's a character you weren't so sure about, listen, the game is available for download and all 45 characters are playable. So if you want to make it to the top for free, if you want to play the best character in the game for free, download it now. If you want to play Poison, I can teach you for free. If you want to play Alex and you want to get monetary gain from social media, the game is for free. Please download and play it now. Like I said, all the characters are available for download. And with that said, we are going to take our first CPT break. But when we come back, it's going to be our final match of the winner's side top 16. Then we're going to drop down into what some people like to call the lowers bracket, but I'll stick by saying the losers bracket. See you in about 5 minutes.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. All clear! Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to today's or this weekend's CPT featuring the UK and Ireland players. We have already gone through the first 3 matches of the top 16 winner side. We've got one more to play to kind of round out the top 8 winner side, and then we'll be progressing through the losers bracket. Myself, Jammers on commentary here in Burbank, California, and I am joined with Ultra David, guiding you through and just delving in and giving you that knowledge on our local scene. It's been fun. It's been fun.
I'm very happy to have you with me here. I think that's great. Getting your insight as somebody who knows these players better than I do, for sure, is awesome.
Yeah,
looking forward to continuing that. And the next match that we will have as we do that, of course, is going to be Problem X versus One Step Layered. Mouse Problem X, OSL.GG, One Step Layered coming up now. Of course, look, Problem X is a name that everybody knows in the Street Fighter V scene. Former Evo champ, Red Bull Kumite, Majors. He's a pretty good player. It has been for a while.
I mean,
but let's talk to me about not just Problem, but also One Step Layered, and maybe whether there's any backstory here.
So a lot of he'll tell you this as well. A lot of like his improvement, because me and him played in locals once, and I sat him down and I told him certain things he was doing right, certain things he was doing wrong, and he always says like from the discussion I sat him down with him like 2 hours to get him through this. From that discussion, it's just been on the up and up. And he's been actively playing. He streams late at night. I see what he did there. He didn't have a player quote, or he might have a player quote, who knows? But he's kind of plugged in his website. This thing, I love you. OneStepLayered.gg is fantastic. But yeah, stuck with Karen throughout the game's lifespan. He has been trying to learn Luke, but I don't think it's him. So he's been sticking with the Karen. But yeah, he's featured in Gfinity. He placed 3rd or 4th last year in the CPT. Obviously, during the time, again, another one of the players like Soundboy, like Ending Walker. He's been on the come up, and he's really solidified, his name in the scene, as well as just practicing and going like, look, I am efficient with this character. I am strong. I can play this game at a high level as well. And he's been doing well in Saltman Leagues as well. So fantastic stuff to see One Step Layered back in the winner's side of the top 16, showing that consistency.
Let's see if he had anything to say.
What is it going to be?
Problem X is already in a battle lounge with Phenom grinding out the matchup already there.
Now, what did I tell you before? So, obviously you guys can't see it now, but I pulled out my laptop. I turned on Street Fighter earlier before the stream started, and I was like, right, he's finished his qualification matches here, and I saw it said Problem X PC versus Phenom the Moose. I was like, he's already doing, and again, CFN. There's no exclusivity. There's no way to not find the replays. You can find it. And again, he wants that matchup experience. And if there's any matchup outside of Cammy that Problem X knows extremely well, it's Karen. Mainly because of Punk, going internationally, playing Phenom here online in Europe, as well as competitions in and around the world. So there's been a couple of characters that Problem X will let you know when a character, he expresses disdain for a character. And that means that's the fuel for him to really grind out that matchup. Obviously, we were talking about before, David, it is the question of, he's got 2 amazing options against Karen. Alex got buffed, Bison got buffed as well. But I think in terms of comfortability, he might stick with the Bison. When he was playing Phenom earlier in the battle lounges, he was playing Bisons, but he might throw everybody off. And he might pick Alex. More vitality, more stun, more flexibility with the V-triggers as well. So, I mean, it could be an interesting choice here.
I really like both of those characters this season. I think that, I've liked them, especially Bison, for quite a while. Of course, it's been strong and very fun and very interesting. I think that Alex has been unleashed in a very interesting way as well. We're not going to see him here. It's going to be Bison. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. It will be Bison versus Karen. When they have played in the past, it's been Problem X taking 89% win rate versus One Step Layered.
Last CPT, they won, Problem X won 3-0. Quite sound, is very clinical performance there. Whoa. Okay, that was a very surprisingly bad start there from One Step.
Settle it down.
I think I know what he tried to do. He wanted to get in his head early, but you're not going to catch him off guard. He gets a 6. See, and look what when he does a successful hit, basically. He's impatient. He's antsy about something.
He's very He's very intent about moving forward.
Because the way you played Karen before, yes, we know it's obvious. Everybody and their mum knows about it. Karen got toned down. She's slightly weaker than she was before. I still think she's strong and one of the strongest fundamental characters in the game. But how you played last year, you can't do that again. I think that's what he's worried about. He doesn't want to play neutral with Problem X.
Well, he's not doing that right now, as he's had fantastic pressure. The interruption comes in Problem X's turn.
Oh, delay tech there. There's a super activate. No command grab yet, because he doesn't know if he's going to do
The
Risenha.
backdash, very nicely spotted by One Step Laird, moving just out of range with punish. So it was a burst of offense, but then at the end, it was actually neutral that took it for him.
I think he's gone for the haphazard approach. Very unpredictable. There's going to be a couple of arbitrary decisions being made here and there, but if this guy wants to throw him off and he's going to integrate every option under the sun to try and make sure Problem X doesn't get the first game. No punish. There's the knee press. Delayed throw. And he's playing it safe because he doesn't know when EX Resena is going to be let off. And he dashes again, David.
Yeah, you're right. Very unpredictable movement. Saving trigger. Here we go. Interruption. Yeah, he was going for the plus.
Okay, come on, grab.
Load it up.
If he gets his wrong, that might be it. It's still on him. Back throw. That might have released the detonator. Yeah, delay. Yeah, that's it, buddy.
That was sick.
Do not worry. Problem X has said this before. He said, if you counter something, there's always a contingency. There's always a contingency.
Oh.
He wanted the extra
idea,
throw,
yeah.
Shift.
Still there is One Step. Okay,
Stun.
working on stun.
See,
Problem X is going to be in trouble.
and the one thing that's interesting about this, he gone to a reset, tried to shimmy him, no dice. You could lose the game from this.
Maybe a few decisions still. Super's there.
Problem can't do stand fist. That's punishable. You could do your super. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
Uh-oh. One Step player is maybe getting frozen in the corner. Frozen.
grab.
Problem X feels it too.
He's not going to do it.
No, he's going to hang.
The bomb. The bomb.
The ball.
Oh! Oh my, David! I cannot believe it. He banked on the season 1 classic gimmick, and it was just about enough time for the bomb to not detonate. My word.
I mean, if you're Problem X in that situation, you're expecting the bomb about to explode. It's just about to be your turn. Why do anything?
And you know what?
hang out, right? Because Super was activated, the bomb didn't matter. But because he hit and then got into Super, the bomb didn't activate, and it was all One Step later.
The only thing I can think of here is he was going to cancel into Super anyway to get the invincibility to remove the bomb. That's the only thing I can think of. But my word, that unpredictable haphazard approach. I tell you what, it worked for one game.
Could we have all these huge names in loser's side in the UK CPT?
Do you know what, David?
We could.
I had a hunch. I think because his player quote was that he said Phenom and Problem were playing, I think he said, I'm going against the grain. I think he saw what Phenom was doing and he said, I'm going against the grain. He threw him off so completely.
Oh, it did work.
All right, Mujinjaku in the corner, maybe 1 or 2 throws. Gets a tick throw.
Here's the activation.
Jimmy!
Yep, just the grab. That's okay. He's still in here.
Oh, that could have been a big punish.
Clearly the idea was there, and here's Problem X taking a round that was dominated through long stretches by One Step layer.
So here's the thing, that situation, I think One Step layer is going to be a little bit more attentive and a little bit more calm about, because every time he's got hard knockdown scissors, Problem's gone for delayed throw because he doesn't know when extra center is going to be let off. Got let off there. And he did it again.
Okay. I'm not mad at that. It fits very much with his playstyle so far.
All right, substantial life lead here for Problem X. One Step layer is going to be highly aggressive to try and reduce that deficit very quickly. All right.
Just safe fundamental stuff right now for Problem X. Very footsies based. Putting up a small wall. Yeah, look, that was just a classic closeout kind of play from Problem X.
See, now here's my concern. He's already gone. He's gone for the wild card.
Yeah.
You know, the arbitrary approach. It got him the game.
You did.
And now that he's now that he's kind of like adapted and mitigated that, it's like, okay, now
what else?
You're stuck within a rock and a hard place. It's
Give
like,
me something else, right?
And the thing is, Karen's not that kind of character, David. I don't think she's that kind of character. The only thing she really got outside of the normals being toned down was corner combo consistencies. They fixed them. But the way he was playing, it's like you had him in the corner, but you weren't getting those clean hits you deserve. So he's doing it again.
Yep. Yeah, this is Problem X getting a great read on what the opponent likes to do.
There we go, delayed back throw again. Listen, you can't shimmy Bison. You've got to be very careful.
See it back off? It was not pressure, actually, by Problem X because he feels so confident in that neutral game. Again, backing off. Why not? He's comfortable.
This is a very scared approach from One Step layer. He's very scared. He's frightened of a lot of things.
Oh, and not even getting that either. Here we go now. Grab. It's going to be a push pressure.
The reversal, well timed, but you still got to have to deal with the activation. It's still there. Come on, grab, and it's going to be for the game. Is he going to let off a Rasenha, or is he going to wait? He waits.
Just hoping for knockdown. Didn't happen.
No, yeah, he wanted to see something.
Right, right. Again, Problem X in that instance right there, it wasn't intense up-close pressure. It was just a cage. He just felt confident in that spot. He's at match point.
Yeah, it's hit and hope at this point. One step later, doing a lot of spraying and praying. And we're going in blind. Don't know if he can kind of readjust his game plan. Kind of go back to square one here, but it's not looking good. Scissors again. He's been very successful with that. Most of the scissors have hit. I think like 1 or 2 have been like whiffed or blocked.
There we go. Knockdown. Okay, not much.
It's the V-break though. The reversal again, push to the corner. Backs off again.
Yeah, outside of scissors range. Nice, he's ready.
Do you know what? That was brilliant. That spacing awareness, that spatial awareness was fantastic.
Yep.
It wasn't completely optimal.
Oh! Again! We've seen it twice now that he backs out of range, and also another out of scissors. Here's pressure.
This is the thing. He knows he can play this matchup to a certain degree, so I'm not sure what the strategy was he was trying to employ earlier was.
And now it's him who's just looking for his individual closeout hits. He dashes it anyway when Problem thought it was about patience. Suddenly it was offense, and now it's match point both.
You know what's crazy? He's made the scissors and sweep whiff.
Yes,
so that's making
3
problem.
times.
That's making problem walk forward, and that's why that's where he's dashing.
Yeah, I really like that approach. Yeah, just that backdash right there.
He might jump in a minute. I don't know. If he wants to really mix it up, he might have to jump, and he gets shimmied. Scissors again.
Not in so much.
Yeah, he's dashing.
Problem. Okay, all of a sudden he's hunting for up close pressure. Big damage. Stun on the next one.
He's not blocking.
Right. Problem, what a change in gameplay. You look at that round right there, that closeout, and how he closed out the previous game that he won. Completely different styles. The previous one that he won was just about mid-range. It was just about individual hits. That one, he could get the sense, I think, that the opponent was uncertain about how to approach a sudden bit of offense.
Now, you might not agree with everybody's philosophy or their strategy of the way they play the game, but having a strategy is better than having no strategy at all.
Sure.
He came with something. Okay, yes, I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was a bit messy, but because that is very uncharacteristic of him and Karen as a character. But it shows that it can work for one game. But I think he went into this knowing it's a first to 2, so I might as well try and long this out. Because when he tried to, if you go back and look, you could, anybody at home watching this, you can go back and watch these two play in the second and final CPT we had last year, and it was a first to 3. And you can see the complete turnaround, understanding the gravity of the situation. This was very important in brackets and watching the players play. It's understanding the gravity of the situation. What are they playing for? What's on the line? Top 8 qualification spot in winner's side. Is it first to 2 or is it first to 3? It's first to 2. So, again, close, but no cigar. And I think Problem X will tell you the exact same thing. You almost got me, but you didn't. And like you said, David, that last round is probably how Problem X expected or envisioned the round to go. From round start, they got hit with a little bit of surprise. A sucker punch is what we call it.
Yeah,
but
well, when you're at that level, you have to be able to make the changes and adapt, and he absolutely did that.
For sure. And that, is, ladies and gentlemen, is how the top 8 for winner's side is rounding out. Broski versus Can the Cypher in an Oro mirror. Go on social media. You'll see this very weird picture, the story picture of Oro somewhere on somebody's timeline. They've done it, boys. Keep doing it. Because that Tengu stone, I don't know how much time it's got left. Anyway, but obviously if you go down to the other side of the winner's top 8 bracket, it will be Soundboy going up against Problem X. Now, whoever was going to win that matchup regardless, it was either going to be his very close training partner in One Step Layered or the run back which he had before twice in the second and last CPT last year in Problem X. So it's first to 3 territory. It's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see that one because it's going to be substantially different. I might have to watch the replays back from last year.
That is a good idea.
Notes, you know?
Tomorrow is when those matches will happen, of course. So those 4 players are done for the day. They get to hang out, relax. We got a bunch more players, though, who still need a lot of work here on the losers' side.
Damn. So, obviously, as you can see, this is what's happening right now. We're going to be going through the round 1 of top 16 losers, as you can see there. And then, obviously, their opponents are awaiting them there to qualify for the top 8. One Step Lade's waiting. 4 Fields is waiting. Hurricane's waiting. Infectious is waiting. And some of these matches and pathways are damn interesting, if I do say so myself, David. But first, we got to move on to the first one, which is going to be Muscle Noob going up against Xeon Woods 17. Ed's player, young at that. Now, like I said, I've seen him online a fair bit. I think, again, he's happy to be here, but I'll take my chances as well. He's going up against he's going up against Ken and Muscle Noob. Now, our best Kens in the UK are actually in the losers bracket. Jones and Muscle Noob. Jones is from London. Muscle Noob's from up north. So it's different styles, different perspectives. Muscle Noob is the V-Skill 2 connoisseur. You don't really see people using V-Skill 2, but he just likes it. And he's stuck with it. Like, buffs, nerfs, whatever's happened. It's just happened. And he's just stuck with it. And I'm kind of curious to see how much Ed experience he has, because I know Ending Walker visits his stream a fair bit. I know they played a fair bit as well. But it's a case of, have you bumped into Xeon Woods? And Xeon Woods probably knows a lot about you, because again, when you put yourself in the public limelight, people are going to be more familiar with what you are doing and how you play as opposed to what they're doing, so they can kind of develop that counter strategy already. I don't think there's no tournament history between these two.
Not that I could find. Yeah. So as far as how they've done so far, Xeon is in losers, having lost to Broski.
Yes.
And Muscle Noob having lost to Infectious. I love, again, we asked players just for a fact about themselves, not like a quote, but like, what's something about you? And some of these players had some interesting stuff. One of them that I loved was Xeon Woods saying, I'm 17, and SF5 is the first fighter I took seriously, and that's only because I lost to my dad 27 times before I won one game, and I didn't want that to happen again.
Do you know what?
Dude, I love that. That's so
do you know what? Full credit, because sometimes the motivation can be so minuscule, and it's not even just fighting games. It's a life lesson. It's, you have a bad experience, you're like, I don't want this happening again.
Yeah.
I don't want this happening again at all. So,
look, that's honestly, that is my story of why I got into the FGC competitively. I went to the arcade where I was going to school. I thought I was all good, having played in high school versus nobody, just my friends and brothers. I show up to this arcade and I get stomped, and I was like, that can't happen. I don't want that to happen again. And anyway, it kept happening for the next 20 years, but that was my intention, was to overcome it. So I understand where Xeon's coming from.
Hopefully. I haven't seen, like, he's not a player I see like regularly, because I'm on CFN a lot. I watch a lot of replays. I keep an eye on the players. He's not someone I see like crop up a lot. So you have to do a bit of digging in general just to see that. But again, it's great that he's here, because every top 16 we've had, new names have been integrated and mixed in with familiar faces, and he's the new name that's here now. And I think he did openly admit on social media, so that I might have fluffed it a little bit because he felt he should have been in the winner's side. And I watched that set he had with Broski, and I'm like, you did kind of fluff it.
Okay.
Like, he did. And that's the kind of experience you need.
Yes, of course.
You can already tell that it's like, I could have won this, but it's like sometimes that's what you need to kind of fall things in line, get a more strategical approach, and go, okay, cool. We just got to fix up in this area and fine tune some certain things. So it's going to be curious, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know if he's flexible, Ed, because you can use his entire V system. Or is he, V-Skill 1, V-Trigger 1, or is he just wholeheartedly just sticking with V-Trigger 2 because V-Trigger 2 is amazing now? Or it was amazing for a little while, but it's even better.
Yeah.
So, and obviously, I don't know if he's kind of integrated the technique that Ending Walker has said people should be doing. Kyra Flicker in footsies. And obviously he's got the new EX Psycho Knuckle as well, and that's a big aspect to his neutral game now. I think a lot of people find it a bit ignorant and annoying to deal with.
It's very good.
But the range it covers, it's exceptional. And it's how much meat he builds in the process of you trying to find that range. Because not many people, David, are used to whiff punishing or dealing with flicker. Like -2, -3 on block, and then don't know the spacing, so it's just going to build meat and chip away. It's crazy.
Yeah, I like that a lot. For Muscle Noob's side, we're looking at Ken here, as you said before, and just to talk briefly about this character, Ken is very strong. I love Ken this season. I think it's not just that he's strong, it's that he's strong in like interesting and fun ways.
Yeah.
Ways that require not just reactions, but also, the ability to create pressure in some new ways with, run after fireball, that kind of stuff. I really like some ideas that Ken has this season.
I think for me, Ken was teetering on the line of like, if we had to like grade it somewhere, like high tier, but just under the top tiers, and then just floating above the mid tiers somewhere.
Already good.
But then I think it was that change they gave right before the Kumite London last year, where they changed the heavy Shoryuken. That changed everything, because now that just punishes
quality of life,
everything.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
It's very good. So hopefully Xeon doesn't do any poorly spaced down hard kicks. So you're just going to take a heavy Shoryuken to the face.
He says, "I hate fighting Ken, so I'm going to be stressed."
I mean, who doesn't? Listen, if you're not real with yourself, you're not going to be real with anyone else.
Oh, for sure.
And you've got to tell yourself that. But again, it's something where Muscle Noob has developed into something that's been fantastic. I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of his content that he does, because he's actually been one of the most creative streamers out there. He did Grandmaster in one stream. That took him about 25 hours. He used to do this series called Guess the Rank, where he just turn off the HUD and he just get two people playing. He's like, I bet you can't guess what rank it is.
Yeah.
He's done charity streams. Like, Muscle Noob doesn't get enough praise for what he does. And I know he's annoyed by fighting my poison. I bet he can't wait to fight her now because of things that have changed. But you know what? He's here in the top 16 again, looking to try and qualify for the top 8 tomorrow. So let's get on with this. It's going to be Muscle Noob going up against Xeon Woods. He lost to his dad 27 times.
27 times? I feel like, by the way, that's actually not that many times.
That's not that bad in the long run, trust me. But take it from us, that's not that bad in the long run.
I've definitely taken way worse L's than that.
And that's confirmed, the low forward into heavy Shoryuken. I don't know if he's going to be doing things in trepidation, though, David, because of who he's fighting and what it's for. He's very young as well, so... Nice.
Yeah, the ability to turn that into knockdown and corner pressure is so strong.
It's insane now. It's like how pivotal that was to like
very nice.
Ed's gameplay overall. It's like, yo, how did you knock me down? No Oki from it, thank God, but... Here again. Look at that. You see, he's already got another bar.
Yeah, he was patient before. Muscle Noob now gets the grab.
He's got to be very careful with those psycho projectiles, and he misses it. He didn't get it cancelled. Very fortunate there. I think he went for a mix-up. That must have been a mix-up. He's going to get the activation here. Oh. I'm not sure if that's what he wanted.
Yeah. It's going to be super on the end of this. Yeah, wow. Big unfortunate situation for Xeon. It's going to be the round. Yes, it is.
You know, slight hiccups. There's small execution errors at this level. He's probably telling himself, I didn't do that. And unfortunately, you gave him the round. If you're going to have, listen, young players are going to have to learn the hard way. When you make these mistakes, you've lost the round. So let's see if he can bring himself back, keep himself in the game mentally.
Yeah. Key to see. Very grounded play so far. Also, what a whip punish.
Oh yeah, he loves his, because he's in V skill 2, it makes Ken's target combos that much more threatening, because the conversion takes you straight to the corner. Flicker again.
Stealing a bit of a turn here is Muscle Noob. All the full dash in. Impatience.
Cancel into the flicker though. EX Tatsu out of there. He wanted that to hit Muscle Noob, but it didn't. Nice whip punish. Activates again. Any projectile and you're in trouble. If you don't make it a true string, you're in trouble.
Definitely what Muscle Noob's looking for. Okay.
He's going to do the whole thing. Yeah, he's going to do the whole thing. It's going to be a guess the game scenario. What's it going to be? Oh, he went for the light.
Conversion was there. There's no bar of any kind on Muscle Noob's side. Now finally, yes, he's out.
Good break there.
Roundhouse. Okay. So a couple of challenges in situations where Xeon clearly did not expect helps Muscle Noob move forward.
Yeah, of course. And again, first to 2 territory. So again, part of the strategy is to hit your opponent with the least expected thing, the most unexpected thing, I should say. And I don't think Xeon did too many things that were wrong. But again, I think it was just doing things out of like hesitation and fear. And that probably what was capitalized on that was when he got that hiccup into the up ultra enhanced snatcher. He got the wrong thing and he lost the round for it. And it's like, again, punishes are like big. They are pivotal at this stage because you can't be making those mistakes. If you did a poorly spaced move, okay, that's on you. But if you're having that execution error, which it might be your controller, it could be peripheral, it could be something. And it's like, look, your opponent, they don't know. Quite frankly, they don't care.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly.
That's it. You drop your combo, thank you. I'll take off 40%.
Yeah,
that's what the game is now. So,
well, of course, yeah. All right, well, look, it sounds like we've gone back to the character select. And I don't know if that's going to mean a character switch. Doesn't seem so likely, but maybe we have a different V idea.
If it's not to like, you know,
maybe just to settle down, because there were some things in there as we were just discussing that maybe are the result of just, you know, maybe you're too wound up.
I think
maybe
for
you
someone,
just need to slow it down a little bit. Yeah,
so it's the same.
2 and 2.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yep.
I think for someone like him, because he's never been in this position before. I remember he had to wait like an hour, so you're kind of anxious for like an hour. And then you play the game, you're like, oh, okay, it's gone. And then I think you just needed to readjust, ruminate a little bit, come through.
Settle down a little bit here.
Sometimes that's what it takes, but let's see what happens.
Muscle Noob playing exactly the same way. It worked before, why not?
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He looks completely comfortable. I think I want Xeon Woods to be a little bit more stubborn with mediums and flicker a bit more. He's not... Like, Muscle Noob's being patient, but that's out of his, like, style and his pace of the game. He's not, like, forcing Muscle Noob to do certain things.
Hey.
Flicker again.
And the dash forward. Muscle Noob's so intent about maintaining that spot right here. Here's Zion.
Throw. You get another one. Just plays it safe and low forward into flicker. Oh, Muscle Noob change trigger.
Wait, what?
You are allowed to do that. Yeah.
Are you allowed to do that?
You're allowed to do that.
Okay, all right.
Oh, hold on. No forwards. If he gets one hit, that'll be it. Oh,
what a delay!
Wow.
He delayed it so long that Muscle Noob thought that it was safe.
That That was like later than usual.
Like way late. Yeah. That was sick.
Because it's you on defense, you do things super late anyway. When you get hit by something, it's like, why were you waiting that long?
What a call out. That was cool.
Okay. Okay, back throw. This is looking a little better. Yeah. Flicker away. He made the back medium punch with.
Muscle Noob will take that.
There is a tactic you can do against that, but it's incredibly risky to the naked eye. I'll probably explain it a little bit later.
Okay, well, it's safe.
Back throw. Can he keep him here, though? He reversal, that's fine. He gets back thrown himself. That might be the round. Yeah, and he didn't need to cancel into super. Looks like Muscle Noob was comfortable and confident from that 3 light confirm to do that. So this is match point here for Muscle Noob. Both players have CA on deck.
Well, very same style for Muscle Noob, and it's just been working every single time. He walks up to a certain range, he's ready, he's looking for the confirms, and he's there.
And we're already in the corner. Psycho Knuckles out of there. I like that choice. But again, you've got a huge deficit to make up. That is a colossal life lead right now for Muscle Noob.
I see him, okay, a little bit of activity, but he's not as active, surely, as before.
He only used stand hard kick once, by the way.
Okay, yes, the same idea. He's patient yet again.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Hold on, you got 1025. That might be a spec. Yeah, that might be a spec. Yeah, I was thinking, I had to rethink about how much health he had.
No!
Damn. Do you know what? If you're going to go out, do something. Do something. Don't sit there with full resources. Do something. Okay, he wanted to get like an invincible reversal, probably get some Oki from it. I wouldn't have been surprised if he did regular up and activate to trigger to give him one more guess to get something started. But given the gravity of the situation and of that colossal life lead, like I said, it was like, look, just go out swinging. Obviously, kudos to Xeon Woods for making it this far. Well played. Unfortunately, he couldn't go further because it was good Ed representation we've had so far. But again, shouts to Muscle Noob, man. Putting in that work. One of the best Kens we have in Europe, not just the UK, in Europe as a whole. And again, just clinical, straightforward. Had that strategy, executed it well. All right, change the triggers. That's fine. But for the most part, and I was talking to you about his style before, he's just slowly being patient. Yeah. He'll come in, look for that hit confirm, and that's something he's really worked on in the past year and a half. And again, we say this to players all the time. If you execute what you practice, there's going to be little to no problems. And it looks like he'd done that as well. These guys are coming with game plans, and they're panning out really well. I've got to say so myself. Shout out to the guys.
Looking forward to seeing more from Xeon Woods in the future. Again, young player. Yeah, there's clearly strength there. There's clearly talent there and expertise. But, you know, around the edges, maybe some confidence, something to build. One of the ways you do that, of course, as you've been mentioning, is taking losses that, you know, you don't want to. But that is how it happens. It's all right. He's out. Muscle Noob moves on. We're going to move on to the next one in loser's side, which will be Shax versus OSLGG Afro Saiyan.
Okay, so obviously these guys will bump into each other online, do each other's streams. They might have bumped into each other into a CPT. The first one last year, I could be wrong. It might have been a salt mine here and there. But again, these are two great players. Obviously, Shax is one of the few players that made a CPT top 8 in premieres when we were traveling around offline. Afro Saiyan, he used to play Nakali. Obviously, he still plays Nakali. Yep. And he's added to his repertoire using Seth, which is pretty interesting. I think he just likes the flexibility because Nakali went through, well, they'll sell you this stream, Nakali players. Apparently he went through a dark period. I don't necessarily think it was the case. But you know what? He got buffs now. He can pretty much get Oki off of everything. He can cancel like his reversal into super now. He's got some good quality of life changes. Yeah,
there are players who are playing Nakali again who moved away from him before. Machabo's black on Nakali, for example. A couple more examples of that. Yeah, I think he's in the most interesting place that character has been. I'm not sure that it's the strongest that he's been, although I do think he's strong. But he is interesting in ways that I think have really made people step back and take another look.
Yeah, and again, like, he's one of the players that I met back in 2017. I think this was his first fighting game competitively. Okay. And then he's just been on the up and up, similar to One Step Layered, similar to Soundboy. He talks to those guys on a regular basis. He's even repping One Step Layered's website, osl.gg. So he's been really making his mark, stamping his ground. I think he's been playing on his PlayStation account as well today, David, because a lot of the guys obviously transitioned over to PC, but I saw him playing on his PlayStation account, so I don't know if that's going to affect him in any way.
Interesting. Dude, you know, his first fighting game, it was actually Alpha 3. Street Fighter Alpha 3. However, on the PSP. Street Fighter Alpha 3 on the PSP.
You probably played it on your trip down to the beach. So, he didn't take it too seriously, but okay, but I like that. But yeah, they're both the same age here. So they've put Shax down as Laura, as his main. That's probably what he's told them. Shax has got Laura, he's got Cammy, he's been learning Luke. So I think you're probably going to see Luke here because Shax, he's got a full-time job. And he's like, look, if I'm going places on my own dime and doing whatever, I'm going with the big guns. He's going with the Luke. But anyway, I believe Afro Saiyan he's something he wanted to tell us, David. Can the production team put that on screen? Let's see what's going on. Shax is kind and humble human being. Shax is the kind and humble human being at heart, but his characters are not. Let's see what happens. Do you know what? No, I respect it because you kind of you look at the characters people play, or you talk to them in person. You're like, oh, you look like a nice dude.
Yeah.
Chill out, dude. Who'd you play? Laura. Oh, okay. So
sometimes the nicest people in real life, they need that extra jerkery, but they don't want to do it in person. So there's this nice outlet called video games.
I'm telling you.
And that's where it gets funneled out of them. I've seen many, many examples of that over the years.
Do you know, I just think it's an incredible psychological thing. Because it's like...
Makes total sense.
These people wouldn't hurt a fly.
Yeah.
And it's like...
Out of the game.
Why are you playing like this with said character? What happened? You know, this happened at the time of their life.
I think it's great. Yeah,
so
that really is an outlet. I think that's really cool, personally. Look, as far as the characters that, the players that they have played before, Shax lost to Hurricane. That's how come he's here in loser side. And Afro Saiyan lost to Cam the Cypher, but beat Bolt Strike on his way through. Yeah, and that was actually a surprising result for me. But it's surprising by names, but it's not surprising by characters. And Bolt Strike did a lot of experimenting with Gil and using Vega as well. So, again, we know Afro saying he's tried and true for the Nakali main, and if Bolt Strike is still like teetering between 1 and 2 characters, especially when Gil receives some substantial buffs, Vega got some nice changes as well. It's like, okay, cool. So we already know who's decided what they're going to play, and it might work out for you. So that part of the bracket, Bolt Strike, Shax, Afro Saiyan, and Cam the Cypher, is a very interesting part. And as I said, he put Luke on the CPT. He put Laura on the CPT, but he's picked Luke. Right, again, he's trying to play for keeps. He hasn't been playing the character for long, but Shax's exceptional. He's got a repertoire of characters under his belt. But this is one of the characters he's going to have for the 2022 season. All right, so let's see how this goes. This is a matchup I probably have to ask Pheno because he plays both characters, so he'll have the insider perspective. This is not a matchup I see too often, even on CFN or YouTube. So we're going to learn about this one as we go along. It's relatively rare still to run into Nakali, although again, it's coming back.
Yeah. Okay, gets the flash knuckle confirmed. Dash up, rising rocket, and he charges up V skill 1. So that low forward's going to be even more threatening. Heck, even probably crouching medium punch.
Yeah, and feeling confident in the neutral to make that happen. Nice, confirm.
Full screen. I think probably the biggest concern I can see right now is he can't ground pound because Sandblast is too quick.
Yeah,
it's way too quick.
I mean, the V skill is certainly faster now, but that's not going to keep up with Sandblaster.
Because look, I think the character's been out for a little while now. One of your biggest objectives against Luke is, do I have a way to deal with Sandblaster? If I can't, or if I can, am I going to slug it out with him in the mid-range? And unfortunately, he's got exceptional buttons, so you might not be able to slug it out with him that way.
One way to do it is to jump in, and Afro Saiyan found the right moment.
Trapped in the corner here, Shax. He might be comfortable in terms of fighting from here before he fights his way out. That medium punch. That is 5 frames. Can you believe it?
Chance. Nice.
Okay, pressure.
Give him a little bit of space, though, for Shax to move.
Oh, he thought that was a punish, and the interruption as well. Slight hiccups here from both players. That was a very audacious attempt from Shax. Shax is playing a little bit shaky as well.
Yeah, I agree. No anti-air here. Afro Saiyan's fully ready to go.
The thing is, that jump shouldn't throw you off anymore. The animation's changed. It shouldn't throw you off as much as it did before.
I don't know if that's the issue. I think he just froze up a little bit.
He wants that hit into CA.
Yeah,
but he wants to get trigger first.
Maybe activation into CA. Okay, yeah, here we go.
You know what? I kind of disagree with what Afro Saiyan did there, but if he closed out this round, I'll shut my mouth.
Shax's not giving him anything right now. Of course, he'd love to react and get super, but Shax is not letting that happen easily.
Jump! He got crossed up. That was very ambiguous. Do you know what? I understand Afro Saiyan's probably frustration at the minute. That was incredibly ambiguous. Missed the command grab because he walked away.
Ooh, and the way that Shax played that the last, 20 seconds on the clock was him just backing off, not taking any big risks at all, understanding that it seemed like his opponent felt the need to rush in. And it was just great defensive choices as it closed it out.
I think for me, because obviously I said I disagreed with something, I'll explain what I disagreed with. He activated V-Trigger off a low forward. I think he should have held on to that. And even with EX Sandblast, raw activate, do the super, catch him and put him in a corner. Yeah. I think the entire situation would have panned out better for him, and he would have been in V-Trigger as well. But given the situation, again, life deficit, I need to get in. It was scramble at some point, and again, we've got quite a number of players that are very good at dealing with scrambles.
Yes.
So it's like, right, I need to just fight fire with fire. And you saw it, right? He tried to ground pound a couple of times in the first round. No dice, because Sandblast is just that dominant. It got toned down, yes. Less damage, less chip, but it's still a prevalent projectile. But then he just said, I'm going to slug it out. And it's like, right, that's the next question. Do you have the normals to slug it out? And it's like, Necalli, it's not quite there for me. He's got good counter pokes.
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
But it's like you can't slug it out with him. Your crush counters, that still leaves you vulnerable to Luke's Stand Fierce. And then the cancel into the level 2 Flash Knuckle. And then the conversion. So there's a lot of questions you got to ask. Like, I've learned so much just by that first game alone. So I don't know about you. What do you think about that, David?
Yeah, I really liked, especially at the end there, as Shaxx understood that Afro-San felt the need to rush in, and the fact that he was patient, that Shaxx was patient and closed it out in that way, that is a sign of his read on the opponent, not necessarily the character. So it's going to be Necalli yet again coming back in, taking a little bit of time there. Who's Afro-San?
Yeah, and Shaxx is very good at adjusting to players. He's very good at like reading the room.
There we go. I like this jump to start out.
Yeah, he needs to do that.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to do it. Even if you get anti-edge, just let him know.
Oh, that wasn't fully meaty.
Yeah. Flourish. That was back medium. I don't think he wanted that, but we'll take it anyway. Gonna get the Oki from the double dash from the Flash Knuckle. And that stand medium punch, you can make that 0 at best, I believe, if you do it from a distance. It's normally -2.
Oh, no!
Pressure. The jump.
Huge jump yet again. Yeah, that has been very important. Here's the activation.
This is what he wasn't doing before, so like good awareness there, good observation from David. He was not jumping before.
Yeah, what was I not doing, right?
And sometimes it's the most simplest thing.
Now Shaxx, I really thought he was looking for the answer. Grabbed instead before the EX command grab could actually connect.
I think also one of Afro-San's like problems for me when I watch him play is when he adjusts to something that he wasn't doing before, he goes to that well too often.
I see.
And it's like, you could have lost to an anti-air there, but he didn't. He lost to something else.
Well, so far grounded. 10 seconds so far, he's not jumped.
Being very adventurous. And again, I was telling you, David, these normals, he can't compete with Luke in that department.
Right. Yeah, you definitely see him either wanting to be right up close like this or a little rangier.
There it is, big damage here for Shaxx. The Avenger straight to the corner, meaty Avenger. That was probably like +2 or 3. The stun's racking up. Guess for game, David. V-shift, he thought he was going to do reversal. He thought he was going to do reversal.
Right. But still, Afro-San's in big trouble.
Do you know what? He's got to do super. He's just got to do super.
Well, look at Shaxx. He's not doing anything at all. He is not giving the obvious chance to Afro-San, who holds on to it.
Okay, he's preserving super because he gets Oki from that. Come on, grab, maybe. Come on, grab. He needs it. And there's a reversal on Shaxx's end. What's it going to be?
Challenge with his button into the grab. It was clearly Afro-San worried about that reversal, just as you mentioned. And instead, Shaxx, knowing that, woke up with a button to steal the turn.
Okay, that could have been the deciding round to potentially bring Afro-San back into the set. It was unfortunate there, but I remember Phenom taught me this a very long time ago. He said, sometimes you just got to pick how you lose. And when you do that, you go out with no regrets. Now, if he went in and did a grab or even a command grab to just say, look, do you know what? If you reversal, I'm out. But if I don't, that's the real 50-50. But again, tournament setting, his understanding, it's like, look, I don't want to risk this to a reversal. And then Shaxx is one of the best players out in the country, so he knows that, and he's been in that situation himself numerous times. That's why he did a tick throw right then and there. And the thing is, it's like Afro-San is just expecting the button into a string, not a tick throw. You're not going to take after that. Yeah, so do you know what? Good awareness there from Shaxx, a very good understanding psychologically of the situation, and that's what makes him progress further into the losers bracket, which he'll be going up against 4 Phils. Okay.
Yeah, there you see round number 2. One Step Laird versus Muscle Noob, 4 Phils versus Shaxx. Of course, we still have more of that loser's side round 1 left to go. Mopulabo versus Ending Walker will be the first one that we're going to have there. And then after that, we're going to have Mystic versus Jones.
I can't wait to see that last one. But also, I think this is one that and a couple of people have been waiting for, because I was talking about this with David and the production team in the back, because they're like, yo, Ending Walker is like, it's amazing, like what he's done, what he's achieved in such a short space of time. Like, I think one thing that goes over his head is just like what you've done and how you've progressed in a short amount of time, because obviously lockdown, more content has come out, more, like all the pro players got mixed in with the online players. There's no clear separation anymore. We're all mingling in the same place, so therefore people learnt faster than probably what was expected in the past. And how he's developed as a player using Ed in the past year and a half, the past 2 years, he is probably the best result we have from the UK in that regard, David.
Well, you had a long road to get here for CPT commentary. I actually had a long road to get here as well, but my travel was not in space. It was in time. I'm here from the future. That's right, everybody. I'm here from the future, and I'm here to tell you that where I live in the future, that's where you can play Street Fighter Duel. It's already out where I am. Not for you guys quite yet, but soon, the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel will be available for global version. It's already available for download in China, and it's already available where I live in some unnamed future. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. I already know who that is. To be clear, where I'm from, I already know who the best fighter is. You don't, but in the near future,
give me a clue. Is this novel you're writing? Is it in this dystopian future?
Dystopia? Well, let's see what happened in the future. There are no more anchovies. There's no more anchovies in the future. That's a bummer. That part I'm not a big fan of. But, there's a lot of other stuff that's good and or bad.
Oh, man, that is fantastic. I'm telling you what. Do not forget, like we said, Street Fighter Duel is available in China, and there will be a global release soon. But do not forget, there is more CPT action happening this year. And the registration for France, Spain, and Portugal, it will close this upcoming Monday. Crimson's on the list, Luffy's on the list, Foulmaster's on the list, Vega Patch is on the list. A lot of the French contingent are signing up. So please, if you are from that region, I want you signing up. I would like to see more representation. I don't want it to be France featuring Vega Patch. That's, that's what I want. I'd like to see more Spanish players. I'd like to see more Portuguese players sign up. But please, you've got limited time. There's a qualification spot on the line, as well as some prize money. And as you can see, the stream will be happening a week from now. Get signing up. Make sure you follow the link down below and get signing up for France, Spain, and Portugal if you are from that region.
More happening today, but first we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the rest of the first round of Loser's Side very shortly.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the CPT UK, Ireland. I'm here, Ultra David, from Southern California, with jammers from the UK, all the way out here, in person, physically speaking, real life, actually out here. It's pretty great.
I wanted to run away from European CFN.
Understandable.
I wanted the holiday. I wanted to run away from EU CFN.
And yet, before we started, what were you on? He was literally on CFN beforehand, looking at matches.
I'll tell you something. 3 people have invited me since I've been here. And I said, they go, why are you ignoring me? I said, trust me, I'm not ignoring you. I said, I can't play you right now. It's not. I had to tell one person I'm not on my account. They're on my account, but it's not me. The other person, I said, I'm not ignoring you. So it's like the fact that I couldn't say anything is brilliant. But yeah, listen. We got to continue talking about the UK and Ireland CPT because, again, you've seen quality play. You've seen quite the characters in this top 16 so far, but there's still plenty more to come because we have to flesh out and conclude this top 16 to make sure we have a top 8 for tomorrow. And if we take a look at the bracket on your screen, ladies and gentlemen at home, right now we are going to the next match, which is going to be Mopulapo going up against Ending Walker. The winner of this will be going up against Hurricane, and both of these two have a run back against Hurricane in their own right. So that would be pretty interesting to see how that unfolds. But we'll talk about the matchup that's presented itself in front of us. So these guys are both interesting because Mopulapo plays Boxer, Ending Walker, we spoke about him. Obviously, shout-outs to Rob TV and Brian F. They mentioned Ending Walker in No Neutral. They mentioned a couple of the UK faces. Pax, Problem, Ryan Hart, Ending Walker. And again, Ending Walker needs to understand there's going to be a target on your back, and you're going to get kind of unexpected compliments. And he's kind of not used to that because, again, when big names, whether they're competitors or influencers in the scene, they're going to go, you know what, watch out for this kid. And it's like, okay, now he's like, oh, everybody's watching me.
That literally happened earlier as Brian talked about Ending Walker in the stream earlier on No Neutral in talking with Rob there. Who was in the chat but Ending Walker?
Yeah.
And by the way, I hope you get out of chat right now. You better not be listening to me right now. You better be taking
it seriously
right now.
He does all the time. He listens, he types, and he says, I've got to go and play now.
Sign off, dude. It's time to play the video game. But no, I think that's great. That his response was just like, wow, like that's super cool. Like, you know, the kind of feeling that it hasn't happened very many times before, but it's definitely happening now, and deservedly so.
Yeah, I mean, look, he enters Salt Mine League regularly. So, you know, if I just give you a couple of the results, at least from this season, anyway. So he came 2nd place, only losing to Problem X in that tournament. 4th place the week after. 1st place the week after that. 4th place the week after that. The latest one before this weekend was 3rd place, right? So he's consistently making top 4 and regular in the Salt Mine League. So he's doing damage. But his opponent, he actually won the PlayStation tournament we commentated not too long ago, beating Hurricane and Vega Patch in that as well. And he's going to be getting himself a PS5 very soon, later this year, in Mopulapo. Quite the character, and he always shows up at the big events. And with big events come big quotes. Broadcasting team, show it to me. What do we got? Ending Walker, do you know how to dance? I'm glad he didn't ask me that question. I wonder, because last year, Mopulapo was on this, you know, this movement called Schmovement. I believe that's what he called it, Smooth Movement, or whatever you want to call it. But this time round, he's like, listen, I'm here, respectable. He's made a top 8 and offline CPT. That was ranking back in 2019 with Reflect. He's won tournaments. He shows up. Now, his incentive, his motivation to play the game, it fluctuates heavily. Sometimes, he'll play the whole cast. You see him on Dowson, you'll see him on Oro, you see him on Sagat. And it's like, he's not taking it seriously. Then he comes on, you know, big event day, like some of the other players, and then he finds himself in top 16. He finds himself in top 8. I think he does a little bit of coaching as well. And it's like, okay, there's like, you never know what style to expect. And he's got a very, similar to how Infectious approaches certain matchups, he's got a very unorthodox style. And you will be perplexed by it if you haven't played him before. I can't remember if these guys had a huge track record.
I just looked it up, and they've only played at least a couple of times that are recorded on fgcombo.com. They have, it's 1-1 in online events.
I imagined it wasn't going to be huge. So this is their first encounter in a CPT. Yeah. So I think this is why, hence the question, do you know how to dance? Because it's like, this is the big boy tournament. Yeah. But he's proven that last CPT online by coming 4th. Let's see if he can get it. This is a big deal for both these players, by the way.
Yeah.
And this is it. Look at that style. Not really used to seeing that with Boxer so far.
Wasn't even charging through significant stretches there, just walking backwards to a confident spot.
Now, Balrog did get normalized a bit, but he's still exceptional. He's still strong. Ed, on the other hand, he got like so many beneficial changes, but if you get hit, you get hit. That's the end of the day. Everyone's got a plan to get punched in the mouth.
I mean, Boxer did get a buff, and you know, if you're not playing V-Skill 2, I feel like the character doesn't have very much to complain about. Okay, overhead.
Straight there, but I think he wants to mix up factor because what with V-Skill 2, they toned down the amplified regular dash straight, so I think they don't want to deal with that.
Definitely did. All right, well, V-Trigger 2 still out here to party.
Yeah, it's still one of the highest stun command grabs in the game. 350 stun, it is a command grab, but if it's going to force Ending Walker to do something he doesn't want to do on defense, so be it.
Great catch. Ending Walker's there. Just like that, he's got a ton of stun. He's got the corner. Jumping out, can he stick? Yes. Maintains corner, love it.
David, he is so good at that throw against the stop jumps. He is so ready for that.
Ooh, oh, he wanted the stun right there. It did not quite work out. That was a big gamble.
Oh, he's not going to lose just yet. He could lose. No V reversal, but he wants to V shift and fight from the corner. That was a whiff's flicker. That stun's racking high.
Yeah, next one's
What's the guess going to be? Jumps. And Mopalapa was waiting for it.
Still there. Yeah, just get away from this character.
He'll wait now. He'll just wait. We're chilling.
That is indeed what Ending Walker hanging out.
David, if you want to make some tea, you can do it. He's not going to move.
Look at him. He's not even charging.
Trust me, this is what Mopalapo does. You're going to be like, how do you approach this? And he's like, you don't. Oh, arbitrate dash low. And he's trying to go for a sneaky grab.
Stealing a turn. Here's Ending Walker. Yes. Still has more.
If he gets the flicker, that's it. If he gets the flicker, that is it. Damn, it's like I know what I'm talking about sometimes.
What? I don't know.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that style that you mentioned of Mopalapo staying away, being very cautious, I understand the benefits of that in some situations, but maybe a little bit too much there.
I think that's kind of like the downside to it, but there's not many people that counter it. So, again, if 90% of your opponents don't deal with it, you're going to think it's all right. Sure. You get the knockdown. Pulls him in. And the range of that got buffed as well. It's extended and it pulls you in from there's something else I can't remember about the Psycho Snatcher, but it's a better V-skill now. It's a better V-skill. Oh, these guys are slugging it out. They want their turn. That's a throw.
Yeah, gotta be outside of the range here. Ending Walker's in. Gives up the V. And again, Mopalapo out of there. Okay, not quite there.
Oh!
Interesting,
The buff for the spacing trap. Yeah, there's a couple of characters in this game that actually have exceptional answers to spacing traps.
Yeah.
Because spacing traps is highly common now.
For sure.
And the fact that, again, the numbers didn't lie. Numbers don't lie. But Ending Walker thought he could press a certain button. He didn't. That's why. And you're going to see this a lot more from Balrogs down the line this year. You're going to see a whiffed stand medium punch that they're buffering.
Yeah, that medium is very strong.
It's an anti-air, but on the ground, its hitbox is very awkward for a lot of people to deal with in general. Similar to Aura's stand medium punch.
Ooh, stealing some big turns. Oh my god.
Again,
Mopalapo.
He keeps pressing stand like
all these calls are
right.
Else. And he just backs off. Not quite there on the whiff punish.
Do you know what? If Ending Walker presses another button there that's slower, he could counter that situation. But right now, he's got to work on reducing the deficit and trying to find the equalizer in this set. Nice. And this
when
is
you don't expect him to take his turn is when he does.
Look at that. Can he activate? He's about to get trigger here. Mopalapo, but he won't need it. Get to ground. Guard break. He's shifted out.
Doesn't have any more V-meter. Patience! Oh, so much patience. Walk up and block, in fact, from Mopalapo.
The temerity to do that. Trust me, the mental fortitude to do that in these stakes. Not many people did on a button or a throw. They would have got hit by that. Mopalapo didn't.
Yep.
That is a unique bait indeed. Oh, okay. He's biting now, but he's at match point. So Mopalapo might be feeling a bit antsy in certain situations, but that spacing is on point. How meticulous do you have to be to do that? Dash up throw.
Yeah, and again, after having all this time of walking back and dashing back, it's the dash forwards that Ending Walker just does not expect.
But you see what I mean, right? How things just go from hot to cold in his playstyle instantly. This is what the game's about, mixing up your options, man. Like, Ending Walker hasn't got a concrete read on him. He can't do it. So the plan that Mopalapo concocted to deal with Ending Walker, it's working. He might be looking at making a swift exit. He tried to command grab him.
Oh, here we go. Start here for Ending Walker. He's going to get great corner carry.
Watch out for the backdash. Block, it's okay. He's going to have to do it. Yeah, he's going to have to guard break. What can he do from here? He tried to bait
patience
throw.
on Mopalapo's side. Okay,
he's dead. He's done. That's it. That's a wrap.
Timing.
And do you know what's crazy? I'm going to tell you something. Soundboy did something similar. When it was the final round between him and Ending Walker, Mopalapo did it. He said, I will save my most strongest trick for last. Defensive conditioning. What did he do the whole time, David? I'll sit there and take the guard break. Still a guess. He V-shifted and he firmed it. And then what happens? Okay, if my opponent's taking the situation, surely I can just fire away and keep doing it. And what happened? He found the immediate counter that won him the game. That's the best way to teach young players. It's like, look, I can't like deter you from just giving an anti-edit to 60 damage or whatever. It's like, no, the KO screen and what's on the line is what's going to teach you. But well played for bringing out that last trump card there from Mopalapo. That is amazing stuff there. And he's going to be moving on to fight Hurricane to qualify for the top 8. I think a lot of that was, I'm not sure, again, I'd have to ask Ending Walker how often does he bump into Mopalapo, just online in general. But that felt similar to kind of way back what we did before with Broski and Infectious. It's like, I see you play.
Yeah, I can definitely
But then being in the hot seat and playing you, different story. Because again, who's not going to be bemused by a Barrow player just sitting there, doing nothing? Then he does the spacing track and counterpokes you stand medium punch. And then, okay, cool. I'm like, all right. Ending Walker, try doing this button. And like you said, the moment he thought he could take his turn back, he X-dash straight. And it's like, okay, so now you're stumped. What do I do?
Right.
And that's when Mopalapo walked away. And it's like, well, I'll let you think.
Very unique style.
So it's something that a lot of people are never really prepared for because you don't see him online playing Boxer. He only brings Boxer for the big money.
I think that's very interesting, too. He said, as far as his fact goes, winning is just a bonus. That's what he told us. And that seems to fit to me with somebody who plays a lot of characters and is just interested in like figuring things out and trying things out and having a ton of experience.
Yes. And I'll tell you what, like, obviously this is online, but if it's offline, he is quite the person for cameras. So, I mean, hopefully we get to see him travel a bit more or whatever, because I think he is a unique character in itself. Not just like the way he plays, because the first time you encounter him, you will just think, who on earth plays like this? You'd think it defies the norm. It does, but you're just like, this doesn't make any sense. But he'll just go up and just shake your hand and say, thanks for playing. It was a good game, wasn't it?
Hey, that's cool.
But you know what? We'll move on for that. We're going to see Mopalapo very soon in the latter stages of today's stream. But yeah, last match of the top 16 losers round 1. I want to say a student, but he isn't. It's like a fellow Poison player. I've been waiting for this. Don't worry. He's come back. He got recently signed. He announced it yesterday. Mystic Smash he did join Vex Gaming, a UK esports team. He'll be going up against another young player in Jones. Now, Jones is highly inactive. He's similar to Mopalapo. They come when Capcom Pro Tour's on, Red Bull Kumité's on, something like that. They come when something big's on the line here. But Jones, he's been playing since 2016, and the exponential improvements he's made has been nothing shy of amazing. So shouts to Jones. So he was highly inactive until the update that came out on the 29th of March. Tested out Ken, still playing him. He's got a Lucia. He's been dabbling with Lucia.
Okay.
He's been playing Bison. And I believe he tried Luke as well because he's kind of the Shoto-y kind of character. So I'm like, you would have dabbled with Luke eventually, but he's going to stick with Ken. Mystic Smash, he started out with Dalsim, but then he went to Poison.
Okay.
And a lot of his success, it's not actually in this game, it's in a different game, but the success he's found in Street Fighter V, he's one of the other players that kind of bloomed and blossomed in the pandemic era.
Interesting.
It was with Poison, coming into Salt Mine Leagues, playing in the CPTs. He's done well for himself, and I'd speak to him a lot about this character. I'd speak to him a lot because before it was only just me playing the character in Europe, but I just like playing the character just for my personal enjoyment.
The character,
But then there was this debate. It's like, right, they're both good, but who is the best one? I'm like, but this guy's young. He is the future. He's one of the futures of the UK FGC, and he is exceptional. So anytime I see him playing tournament, I'd be like, do this. Like, play your style, but do this. And the combination was fantastic. So it's great to see that Mystic Smash has come back, because he is another person that stopped playing this game for a while. I think the last time he played it was back in probably early April.
Okay.
He turned on the game last night.
Okay.
He turned on the game last night because before David, last year CPT, he signed up and a lot of people did consider him a threat, but he didn't show up on the day. So then now it's the whole boy who cried wolf, right? He signed up for this one and everyone's like, he's not showing up.
He's not actually going to do it, yeah.
And he showed up,
Yeah,
and he lost to Broski.
Yes.
In the matchup on the winner's side, and then he beat MQS.
Yep.
In I think it's a difficult matchup, or an even matchup, Poison versus Fang. But he got here. Now he's going to be finding a difficult matchup because I think it's even, But things have changed, and I'll give you a little bit more intel. Mystic Smash was practicing with Muscle Noob earlier today.
I see.
Because in my mind, I was like, if you are going into this matchup cold, no pun intended, Ken will beat you. If you don't know what's changed about this matchup, Ken will beat you. So hopefully, I think the big thing the viewers want to see at home, David, is if we're going to see a consistent punish on crouching fist.
Right,
That's what they want to see, because that button used to cause Ken multitude of problems. But now that's not the case. You can still play neutral with the medium heart rate and still anti-air, but we'll see how things go.
Bit of an overextension there from Jones. Right back to Mystic Smash having control.
Yeah, the air tatsu he's doing, it messes up crouching medium punch because of the hurtbox adjustments around his foot. So Mystic Smash either has to do air-to-air or light shocking heal as the anti-air. We'll see how it goes. He'll get into it as the set goes on.
Interesting in and out style right now by Jones. He's going in, trying it out, right? If block, he just backs off.
Yeah.
Feeling comfortable.
Because he has to find a comfortable approach, because he's going to get chipped. He's going to get hit by the stray hits. It's going to be frustrating. He's picked the trigger too, and I wonder if people are following the Infectious philosophy with the whiff punish against heavy attacks. Anti-air.
Yeah, down strong, ready yet again.
Oh, he tried to
Very
shimmy
cautious.
there. Didn't work.
Interesting, down strong, but still ready for the jab afterward.
No, he
Look at the patience there. When Ken is up close to you like that, oh man, it's scary.
Oh, Mystic doesn't tech. He doesn't tech at all. All right, not going to spend it all. He needs it for the next big confirm here. So he's going to take a couple of grabs because he knows the gravity of the situation. But one hit from Mystic will take the round. He's not going to tech. Not yet.
Yeah, he's absolutely hanging out. Okay, out of the corner.
Dead.
Oh, challenge. No,
Oh,
hold on a sec.
I like what Jones did there. He had to microwalk and get that stand hard kick to connect. That can be a little hard to do, but regardless. And David, what I mentioned before about the EX Tatsu, that's the way to deal with it. It's when Ken jumps, walk under. But it's a big risk because you don't know if early jump fierce is coming.
Right.
But when it whiffs, you can punish it with mediums. It's a big deal. That's that first round.
Oh, lovely challenge.
Yeah, crouch fist. That looked like a range where the heavy Shoryuken would have just about whiffed. So, again, they're not saying you can't use it.
Yeah.
There's just a little bit more risk involved in it. That's why you're not seeing it used liberally up close anymore.
You got to be confident in where you are.
Yes, for sure.
That's okay. That's classic zoner lifestyle. And Mystic, obviously, is zoner in not just this game, but others too.
Yeah, Mystic's still not like fully like prepped because he's still relying on crouch, medium punch, anti-air. He's not doing the other anti-airs. But he's winning this regardless.
Fierce. Yeah, I mean, look, he's just very confident in the anti-air game. On the ground, here's Jones scheming up close.
Gets his throw dash up, and he fell for it, David. That's going to be another activation and put in the corner, and it's going to be the same situation as last time. Going to activate the V-trigger. All right, one hit will do it.
Ready.
Ooh, that's going to be another guess for game scenario. Yeah, it's going to be another guess for game scenario, David.
Hey, there was the tech plan. I mean, in a 50-50 like that, you know, you have to make the guess.
But that gives him all the info he needs. If you don't tech when you've got, you know, above 25%, around 50%, you only tech when it's that your life's on the line.
Right.
That tells him everything he needs to know.
Well, he's got to get the opponent down to that amount of life yet again.
Anti-air,
oh, lovely.
there you go. He's going to find his groove now. I'm telling you, man, Poison's anti-air options, he's got a plethora of them. And it's like, when you use all of them, when you don't rely on crouching medium punch as the anti-air, that's when they get really scared.
Here we go. Oh! What a dash by Jones, but into nothing.
Step kick.
Hoping to see the tech, and it's just not coming out of almost anything but that last-minute situation. Okay,
That's
challenge!
it. He's out of the corner. This is a good strategy. Idom does it a lot with Poison. Just get him out of the corner. So much real estate to work with. One anti-air will do the trick. And because he hasn't got Heat Rush V-Trigger 1, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get that comeback, especially from this distance.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's it. And that's it. Straightforward. So, again, the matchup has changed. It has changed. But when you look at it and how people are still playing it, it still looks pretty difficult for Ken, especially in terms of the approach. That's why I think we need to wait for this one to kind of flesh out and develop over time. Let's see how things... Because we're all basically still region locked until further notice.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like right now, Ken players are still finding it very difficult to get in comfortably, David.
In fact, Jones's quote was, impossible matchup.
Oh, he doesn't like this character. Oh, no, listen. He never liked this character.
Oh, that was nice, yeah.
He's in. Sometimes I feel they adjusted some of Poison's things to make Ken players happy. That's what I think sometimes, anyway. And he knows it as well.
There just have been no techs in mid-screen with a lot of life.
Trust me, our Mystic Smash learned this game quickly as well. Good cancel. That's high level stuff.
That was great. That was sick, yeah.
Checking the dash and knowing that you don't have to cancel to heart rate and get the full conversion.
Okay. As this goes on, that round especially, Mystic Smash taking more and more control, defensively looking strong, and then in neutral and anti-air, he
just employs that brick wall style. Yeah. This is what a lot of people didn't like about Poison in the first place, is she blocks all day and then just inflicts 50%. Obviously, things have changed around the character, but Mystic Smash's traditional game plan hasn't, and it's still effective to this day.
Yep, you can see that. Trade, yep. Fine for Mystic Smash.
Punish, gets a throw. You can get some pressure here. Yeah, I would have done that as well, been sneaky. Not going to pull him in yet.
Giving up that red bar.
Too far to get the conversion off the stand. Medium punch, head to air there from Jones.
Jones got to make this one count. He hasn't been up close in the corner for quite a while. It's gone just like that.
Oh, if he gets hit, it's dead. Yeah, Super's here now.
Yeah, he understands the risk, yeah.
One medium kick into Avant line, one fierce into Heart Raid. Something. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Mystic Smash. Looking great. That second game especially. So much control throughout that. There was really just maybe 2 opportunities in that game for Jones to really get up close and harass, and only one of them came in the corner, and when that came, he just didn't get very much out of it.
Yeah, he was very obstinate in the very first round with how he wanted to get in. Just, test Mystic Smash's anti-airs, because I can mess them up with the Tatsu against the crouching medium punch. But again, you can be stubborn, but that's only stubborn for so long because the situation from the anti-air is still good, and he's using Cartwheel, not the newly buffed Perfume Swing V Skill 1. So he felt comfortable, and again, I still think that's an even matchup. I still think it is an even matchup, but the approach aspect is still in Poison's favor. And the way Jones plays is completely different to Muscle Noob. He just wanted to get in immediately and as soon as possible. That's where the stubbornness kind of worked against him. It was kind of a detriment. But yeah, good stuff to Mystic Smash. Newly signed. Hopefully Vex are watching and they're happy with their boy making it through. But he's still got one more match, and it is one of the biggest hurdles in today's event. Mystic Smash will be going up against Infectious as our very last match of the day. So big thanks to Jones, Ending Walker, Afro Saiyan, and Xeon Woods for participating in today's event. You guys can kick back and enjoy the rest of the tournament as viewers. But the next match we've got to move on to is another run back. Because we did have these guys on the set show I do in the UK. Shouts to Ovar, Veggie, and the rest of the visual platform team for putting that on with myself. We had these guys on last year at some point where it was Muscle Noob going up against One Step Later, and I believe it was 10-5. Now, that is an extended set, of course. More time to figure out, adapt, diversify strategies. Now it's first to 2, qualifying for top 8. Now, if we go off of what we saw from One Step Later before, are you going to do that again? I don't know, because it only worked for one game, David. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? I'm a bit worried personally, but I don't know about you.
Yeah, his strategy versus Problem X, as we were talking about it before, was explosive, hard to get a beat on. There were certainly some things that were expert in terms of spacing, just outside of slide, just outside of scissors. Those looked great, but other than that, it seemed like his idea was to just overwhelm Problem X, and in a set even first to 2, it's pretty tough to do versus Problem. I guess, if you are more familiar with the players here, does Muscle Noob seem like somebody who that kind of strategy can work against?
You can surprise him with certain aspects, but I think he always finds a way to slow things down. And he is when you're confident in your neutral, you can be very confident in how to control the game. When making a comeback, when initiating offense, certain things like that. So it might work in a couple of scenarios. Like Muscle Noob doesn't like fighting Karen as much as One Step Later doesn't like fighting Ken. So I think that's even more motivation to get this over and done with for the both of them. So if One Step Later is going to kind of implement that kind of haphazard approach again, you got to be careful because it's a different character and a different damage output. And again, that might work, that might not. But at the same time, he doesn't have to worry about the game being too slow because it's not the character, it's Muscle Noob's style as a player. He's very good at checking his dashes. He's got the hit confirms on point. He'll crouch for his anti-air and cancel into the V skill 2 to get plus frames if need be. So he can do that. So we'll see. I think this whole thing depends on what One Step Later does. Sometimes you can come with a strategy, but I think sometimes other players are more comfortable of just adapting to what you do.
Yeah.
They feel much more better that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see what he does. And there's a fireball this time around. Not any Excite good luck, but it's a more traditional fire.
Yeah, Muscle Noob going to it big time. Yeah, pressure just like that.
Case throw. Ooh! Kind of hit. Oh, he didn't get the full conversion, but he gets the stun anyway.
Gotta be it. Muscle Noob, what a perfect to start things out. That was him controlling with Fireball. It was him walking up, finding the hit confirms, as you mentioned, and all of it looked great.
This is it, man. I'm telling you, just looking at this from a third-person perspective, it was all based on how one-step Lair's going to play. Hard kick. Good check on the dash. A lot of these guys have been working on their dash checks, and damn, you're looking at some of the best in the UK in terms of dash checks. Okay, EX Fireball there, just slowing down now.
Hey!
One-step Lair has the life lead, making sure it ever grows. Nice. Oh, and you see that he walked back before that jump. He walked back right before that jump. Oh, back
Definitely
throw.
some unorthodox stuff going on here. One-step Lair, however, he is cornered. And we've seen Muslim who's had control here.
He tried
for overhead.
He looked like he tried to do an overhead, yeah. Looks like this round looking comfortable for one-step unless...
He's going down to his, like, closeout buttons. Oh, and dash. I love that.
I need to double check something. I can't remember if Karen's crouch and media kick is -3 or -4. He needs to be very careful the range he's doing that, because that's a 4-frame Shoryuken. And I don't think people want to take that risk because of the spacing. So I think one is going to be a little bit more careful with the spacing. It's only something me and David can see, so.
Hey.
It's a punishment.
Ooh, Muslim who doesn't miss his.
Yeah, you know, if you miss your confirm, I won't miss mine.
Easier said than done always, but so key at this level.
All right, gets the side swap with the Seppo specialist there. Good bait
Jumps
there.
first, nice. Huge damage.
He can do it again. Oh, wait for a tech this time. Okay, no activation there from one-step.
Backdash looked a little confident. Here's Muslim with though.
Is he going to let off for a Senha? I don't think now's the time. Yeah, no, now's not the time.
Just patience. One-step Laird stepping out.
He wants a hit. Not. I don't think he wants super activate. I think he wants a hit. Like a hard kick or something.
Here we go. Ay, too far.
He's going to back off. He didn't back off there. He went for a gamble. Now he backs off. One hit will do it.
One-step Laird almost on super.
No fireball here from Muscle. Damn, he threw a fireball.
On the hit. DED option select. Nope, not anymore.
Looking for
Still
that
ready.
buffer.
He is just not throwing. Oh, there's the fireball. One-step Laird finally not ready.
You're treading a thin line.
Right. No jumps.
He won't. Nosunu's not going to jump here.
No.
It's just going to be a fireball. If it's not medium punch, it's going to...
That range. He had backdashed first as well. I thought he was looking specifically for that. Here we go. He finds it. Yes, directly into super.
All right, there we go. That's all the hit he needed. And do you know what's crazy? Because, again, there's one-step's vision on the matchup. There's Masanu's perspective on the matchup. And then, David, there's what we see. We're like, hold on, you got 3 different opportunities. Looking at that, one-step Laird was only looking for super. I don't think he was looking for EX Tenko for a fireball. And there was like, what, 3 or 4 opportunities there to just end the round earlier. So from my perspective, we were playing on borrowed time.
Right.
We were. But he was probably just like, you know what? Play it safe, look for the super. I think Masanu was kind of like, after the second fireball, he's like, I don't think he's looking for it.
Yeah.
I don't think he's looking for it. Okay, so he kind of, he didn't play as unexpected and unorthodox compared to when he played Problem X. This was much more slower, more methodical.
Especially now. Oh, muscle move.
Okay, B shifts out.
One-step Laird away, yeah.
Didn't get the low forward though, but he gets it. Second chance at life. Safe jump. Low forward again.
Oh, man.
I'm telling
Suddenly
you,
he's the one who's turning on. What a challenge right there. Interesting by Muscle Noob.
I know this character got adjusted, but she's still good in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Good walk under. A lot of people are more confident in doing that now when they know they can't anti-air something. It's difficult to challenge. They'll walk under.
You know, he missed that one confirm in round number 1 or round number 2, and since then he's been very consistent. One-step Laird looked good.
Okay. He's trying to close out with the, that button. You shouldn't do it. A lot of these buttons got changed. If you press the wrong button, you might lose.
You don't want to whiff right now. And he's not pressing anything, in fact. 45 on the clock. It looks like he's comfortable to just hang out.
I'd wait the 45. It is too far.
Oh, no!
Okay, they're both too far.
It's a luck. Bit of luck. Oh, no. Went too far into it.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse for Muscle Noob. He's going to have to find a way. You know what? Just get a little bit of pixie dust.
Well, think back to round 1 of game 1, which he dominated, which was a perfect. And since then, things have just not been the same.
Yeah. Forward again, finds the confirm. One-step Laird, finding his rhythm once again. This is the one-step Laird I'm used to seeing. It's a back throw there.
Oh, what a challenge there. He's got the corner yet again.
Okay, yeah, he's just looking for just a straight hit, nothing too big. Not going to do anything exceptionally risky. There's no bar, so he's got a guess for the game. Yeah, he's got a guess for 1 hit.
Muscle Noob in big trouble. Activation, sure, why not? But into what?
Dead.
One-step Laird was ready for it. Hold on a second. There it is, though, just right after that.
All right. Another straightforward whitewash there, 2-0. Obviously, the scoreline tells you something completely different to what actually happened in those micro interactions, in those actual rounds, because Muscle Noob didn't play terrible. Far from it.
No.
Far from it. It's just that thing where, here's the thing I like to say about balance patches. I said, the developers are trying to make you better players. They're trying to. They're like, look, you got to learn the spacing on this accurately. You've got to hit confirm this properly. Some people said, you know what, you might be onto something. I said, look, because think about it. How many Kachi meeting kicks whiffed on Karen's end, David? Not many.
Yeah,
So
just one or two.
That's it. And if you're a good player anyway, you'll make sure that thing shouldn't be whiffing in the first place.
Yeah, that already wasn't what you were supposed to be doing with it, right?
Yeah, so again, it was a bad round start here for One Step Late because, like David mentioned before, it was a perfect on Muscle Noob's end. But how do you nullify a perfect? You win the game, and that's exactly what he did. A complete change in strategy, a change up in style compared to Problem X. Yes, it's a different character. That means it's going to have to kind of forcefully make you change things anyway. But what was on the line was a place in top 8. So that means Muscle Noob now bows out of the tournament there. Muscle Noob, much appreciated. I think he did mention on social media this might be the last time you see him competitively playing the game. I think he wants to go down the variety streamer route.
Oh, sure, okay.
I wish him all the best.
Yeah, GG's if so.
Again, I love what he's done content-wise for Street Fighter, and I think like a lot of his fans and his viewers will appreciate that as well. I mean, you might see him jump on the game here and there every so often, but I think like in terms of competitive expert, unless something really like tickles his fancy, I think that might have been his last opportunity. You see him there.
I mean, I'll tell you this, not too many times have I seen people announce that they're going to stop playing a fighting game competitively and then actually stop. Okay, not too many times have I seen that. But if that is the last time, look, hats off.
Yeah,
it's great showing.
But yeah, you know what? Fantastic stuff. You know, shout out to all the boys playing and representing the UK and Ireland here, of course. And again, these guys are actively playing and staying fit for that. But I know you have mobile phones. I know you're on them right now. But ladies and gentlemen, I got to plug my mobile game, my favorite mobile game. That's right. It is Street Fighter Duel, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep talking about it because, like we said, there is a global release coming soon. The game is available in China. And like we said, you can follow all your iconic characters. They've got new artwork as well. And I've seen some of the artwork floating around the internet. It's been pretty cool. But yes, it is the authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel, where you get to see Ryu, Chun-Li, Ken fighting against the Suzaku Castle, as well as recall all your favorite memories of the original Street Fighter. It is back in full force. And like we said, there's a variety of things. You get them in fighting games all the time. Counter hits, stunts, combos, super. An impressive array of fighting elements as well as associated combos are to offer you a new battle experience. So, when there is a global release, when David in the future comes
already
back,
out where I am. It's already out. Yeah. Me and my friends, as we fly around space in our delivery vehicle, this is the game that I play the most. This is my game. It just came out where I am. And I'm very much enjoying it. All right, hey, one cool thing that is happening for this CPT that I really like, I think is a super cool idea.
Talk to me, David.
Is that the champion of each event's character will get a new tracksuit. That is so cool. You can actually root for the players representing your favorite characters to get these new costumes free. So if you have a character favorite among the ones that are remaining here, and again, we have a bunch. We got 2 Oros still up in here. Maybe Oro's gonna have a new one. You know, it could be that Bison gets one. It could be that Ed. Maybe Cody gets one. It could be that Ken gets one. You know, there are different options out here.
You know what?
If you have a favorite, root them along.
You know what? Props for adding more tracksuit colors anyway.
I love it. I think it's really cool.
Because obviously we know what the original 2 tracksuit colors were for, but then going from colors 3 to 10 and the color combination there, like listen, when those tracksuits came out, that costume was probably used more than any other costume in the game. And you saw different colors. So yeah, listen, whoever wins their respective CPT event, they can pick an extra tracksuit. Just don't do some terrible color combination. That's all I ask you. That's all I ask.
Please make the worst color combination, because that's what I look for. That's personally what I look for is what's...
You're that guy who picks color 7 on the story outfit of a character nobody plays.
I was the guy who was playing Inky Hakan in Street Fighter 4. I'm the guy who's playing color 3 Kappa outfit Honda. You know it. You know it. That's what I'm looking for. Anyway, please root along for your favorite character to take it so that you can play it with their cool tracksuit. All right, well, look, we have more yet to go. We, in fact, have 3 more matches to decide who makes this top 8. We're going to close out loser's side after this.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat.
Guess it's time to start warming up.
Let's go! After it! Fear my strength! Have a taste of this! Don't take this personal! I'll show no mercy! This is for my fellow hunters!
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this!
Okay, and welcome back to today's CPT Top 16 for the UK and Ireland. Their one and only shot for someone to qualify for the CPT. Top 4 get prize money, but first we got to make sure and flesh out who are the final spots for this top 8. Obviously, myself and Ultra David have been giving you the commentary for today, and we got to continue because we got 3 matches left. This is for the top 8 placements. We need to cement these guys and make sure these guys are ready because David, you know as well as I do, you start out in first to 2, but you got to earn your right to play first to 3 in tournament. That's how it goes out here. That's what we're going to be doing now.
Very interesting the last 3 that we have because I think 3 of these players who are in here many folks would have expected at least 2 of them to be on the winner's side, top 8, if not all 3. And yet it's going to be the 4Phils versus Shax, Hurricane versus Mopulapo, and Infectious versus Mystic Smash. And I don't feel like any of those matchups are at all free for those 3 players either. There's going to be a tough road ahead here in these final first to 2s.
Okay, so I think out of the 2, if we're just going ahead of time, going into the future, as you said before, I think one set led will probably prefer Shax. Now, we had Shax and 4Phils feature on sets at some point last year in the first to 10, and it was 10-9. Last game, last round.
Okay.
These guys talk to each other, they converse about the game back and forth. Obviously, we like to talk about our characters in a certain way, because it's like some people express their concern about Falk, and 4Phils will defend it and say, well, look, you are playing Cammy, you are playing Nora.
Yeah.
so I like that we can all, well, there's no nice way to say it. I like that we can all point fingers at each other and go, hang on, you're playing this as well. So I think it's just
pretty classic
fair.
FGC, yeah, no
So
doubt.
It's fantastic. So I'm pretty sure these guys have, you know, I know they were practicing along with Shivs not too long ago, just playing random matchups and just just practicing certain tactics, developing and getting better and familiar with their characters and the new changes. So I'm probably going to say a safe bet will probably just you'll see Shax go with Luke again. 4Phils is not changing characters. He has other characters under his belt, but it's sticking with the fact this is what we know him for. It's qualified him for the Capcom Cup. It took him to Singapore for the International Games tournament, I think it was, that he qualified for. But it's brought him huge success, and people love him for that. So stick with your guns. This is a matchup I'm kind of curious about, because I can't remember if we saw this as a matchup with Tokido and Zabeth in Topanga League, or they were in separate groups. I can't remember, but you're going to see certain matchups in different regions quite commonly over others. You're not going to see Falk versus Luke as a common thing, but you're going to see it between common players. So they'll be like, oh, okay, there's a flock of Falks and Lukes here,
right?
As opposed to, right, I can only see this matchup through guys like Shax and 4Phils. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. I do think V-Skill 2 is probably the better pick for Falk here, because you're not going to try and reflect.
That would be pretty tough. Yeah.
You're not going to try and
more
reflect
of a read than
Sandblast.
reaction.
Yeah, so, and sometimes a lot of the answers in the game to Sandblast are reads. They're not actually reactions. So I think it's better. But if you do kind of try to use Psycho Mind liberally, EX Sandblast is one of the best things to stop, install V-Skills, things that kind of change the neutral control. So I'll be interested to see what V-Trigger Phil's picks as well.
I mean, keep in mind, it was 1-1 last time. We got 2-2.
Yeah, okay. I didn't think he would go, you're not going to try and reflect that projectile.
Yeah,
no
no
way. So we'll see how this goes. I'll probably have to get some more insight from him later, asking how he actually feels about this. Again, I remember Brian F. told me there's no such thing as a bad Luke player, but people still have to find their stride with the character, despite how strong he is.
I like the idea of the low shots from far away. That actually makes a lot of sense versus Sandblaster. And yet in this range, probably a lot riskier. Yeah, back off. Definitely a spot where you can harass.
Yeah, we've spoken about this before. You mentioned it. It's a character that's gone under the radar is Falk.
Yeah.
I actually speak to Veggie about this a fair bit. It's the fact that Falk's normals, they got better, and they are difficult to whiff punish in some regard for a lot of characters.
The utility of this, that low shot is something that's tough to use in some matchups, but in this one, it's working out great so far.
Oh, that's -2. There we go, forward fierce. Peppering away. Shax doesn't need to jump yet, so this is the thing. Yeah, he can't really do that full screen.
He didn't get the insult.
Yeah. He's got to be careful, because remember, Falk's got a new move in the EX Psycho shots.
Oh, what a jump! Suddenly a forward jump out of 4Phils after having zoned through a lot of... Okay, great block.
And do you know what? It's like Rashid's dive kick when you meet it at a certain point. She didn't ricochet up, she's on the ground, so he got even more frame advantage than he did before.
Interesting jump out. What a challenge here.
QB reversal, I like it. I know it didn't hit, but the spacing and reducing the stun.
Push it back. Yeah.
All right, Shax is in V-trigger, so he's going to have to film a lot of things, but at the same time, there's actually not much 4Phils can do in this situation. If he whiffs a button, that's going to be Rock Smasher.
Ooh, that's going to hit. Yeah. And combo, and 4Phils is going to take it. I love the round by 4Phils. The zoning underneath Sandblaster, the jump in as well, so it's not just one-sided of the match, it's both.
Oh, trust me, Phils loves jumping with this character. You'd think he's playing Blanca.
She's got good jump. We were
She
talking about
does,
her approach before, but yeah.
Oh, can it hit? That's going to be stun. That looks like it's going to be stun. If he goes for the full thing, it will. He might set up the mine. He's going to go for a 50-50, I believe. No, he missed it. He messed up his 50-50. That would have won him the game.
Would have been pretty sick.
That is safe on block. That back roundhouse from Luke is... oh, no. It's falling
Yikes.
apart. It is
Yes.
falling apart for Shaxx. He's going to activate Angriff here, and I don't know if it's going to be a delayed throw to close out the round. Let's find out. He went for delayed short.
Yep. Shaxx was worried about it as well. And there you go, game. Just like that.
So I believe Shaxx did say before he recently got a new pad. Now, getting a new peripheral weeks before your big event. Remember, we only got the one shot now, not two.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
It can be a bit tricky. Now, the Luke hasn't worked, so I have heard the character select screen. I want to give props to something Shaxx actually did that no Luke player I know does. He tried to use the armor on EX tackle. Nobody uses it.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's like, you have that as an option, but I think they feel there's no true application for it. And it's like, there is. It's just Luke's that good that you don't need to resort to that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he tried it against, I think he tried Psycho Kugel the mid shot, but it connects at a weird range. So he got the tackle, but it whiffed. So that's unfortunate. I think his only other bet is to try Cammy. And that's something that Four Fields is well versed in because of Shaxx and because of Hurricane. Some of the heavy hitters with Cammy in our region and even internationally as well. If he's not going to do that, he just needs to ruminate and rethink how he's going to approach this because it is Luke.
I mean, look, it's not a matchup that I've seen many times, but the way that went down, I could see Falk having significant control from a good section of the screen versus Luke, which is something that not many characters can say. Even some zoning characters can't really say that easily.
Like, okay, personally, for me, probably the worst matchup he has. I think Chris CCH, shout out to Chris CCH, he mentioned it. It probably is Dulcin.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right, yeah.
Most of the matchups are 5-5. Maybe you're teetering on slightly going to the 5.5. But the thing is, Rose has been cropping up in the conversation as a potential threat.
Yeah.
Falk's been cropping up as a potential threat. I think Poison's pretty even as well. So
Okay.
I'm thinking if we had to categorize an archetype that gives him a problem, it might be the zoners. And lo and behold, he's gone. Yeah, this is what he's going to go out with. Okay, this is it because the loot didn't work. I don't think he hasn't had a lot of time with the character.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Play what's more comfortable, of course.
He's got less health, unfortunately.
That's true.
Got less health, unfortunately. And if he whiffs, crouching medium kick, stand fierce in the wrong areas, you're going to take a bonk into a catapult. So please be careful.
Too far, but it's okay.
I heard a button come out there.
Here we go.
Much better. Looks for a V-shift there or a backdash. Didn't quite get it.
Nice.
Oh, went for a hooligan throw.
It was. And you can see the result here that suddenly Four Fields has half. Okay, out.
Yeah, he's out. He doesn't need that to hit. He just needs to get out. Fields might be looking for a jump again shortly, unless he can set up a mine, but EX Spiral Arrow is a threat here. Looks like Shaxx, yeah, he's going to play defensive, kind of trying to hold that life lead, but again, Cammy bleeds a lot more than she did before. So one hit is all Phil's needs, even if the trigger is not the cause of it.
Well, trigger's gone now.
Jump, no air throw.
Look at the patience here. Shaxx now was super.
Oh, he tried to
grab
frame
instead.
trap. He tried a frame trap that doesn't actually work.
Next hit could win on either side.
Don't jump, please, Shaxx. Don't jump.
With a confirm. Very nice. Stand medium kick. Probably just buffered, to be honest, right into the trigger and then saw it. There we go.
What I like about the two players we see on screen as well as other people we have in the UK is if they have to slow down to win the match, they'll do it. They will do it. Even if they have the opportunity to speed things up. And he's going to spend an early CA and get that OP, inflict 340 damage. What's Phil's going to do in response, though? He tried to walk away.
Well, he is away now. He's looking for the hit confirm into trigger. Yep, there it is.
And the cancel windows on Psycho Angriff have been extended. More things are consistent in that. Can he get the stun? Not quite.
So close. Looking to
big.
pester, the idea there was not quite right, and Shaxx had pressure. Oh, huge moment.
That should be it. No. Okay. Gotta take it anyway. So this is it. Despite the changes, bless you. Despite the changes, it still can be pretty difficult. And I'm not going to say, why didn't you go with this in the first place? Because if I had his repertoire of characters, I probably would have tried Luke in the first place myself. But again, it's one apiece right now. And I feel you might see this over time. Because Cammy's got 900 health and 900 stun, I think people are going to have to start going by a health strategy. Not so much like, obviously you have to win neutral, but it's like you're going to have to focus on a health bar more than most things because when you hit, it will hurt. And they're going to reconsider a lot of ways to play neutral with Cammy players. Oh, you should have done Psycho Schneider because it's got an extra action frame. It can anti at the tip now. There's the mine.
Yep, it's still there. Ooh, just walks out of it. Okay.
Press the jab. He was trying to pump for a jump, but he mistimed it. Gonna get punished there. Gets thrown. Is he gonna get another one? Another throw. Can he get one? And it did. That was +3, by the way. That frame advantage for the throw.
Oh.
Here comes the angry. Is he gonna go for the overhead? He has to stay right there. There you go. Good block. Too far. Couldn't get anything. Not even the crouching jab.
Interesting. Oh, what? Okay, all right.
Did he commit to that? Damn. I know 4Fields has this habit of walking backwards in a lot of situations because walking backwards is very prevalent as a defensive option. I don't know if Shaq's committed to that. But look, regardless of that, Shaq's on Shaq's match point. I might say Shaq's point. Anyway.
First time we've seen that solution.
Yeah, not looking good here for Fields, David.
This specific situation of where he is on screen, it feels confident to me, or like it should be confident, but nevertheless, Shaq's able to walk forward, jump forward consistently.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like deterred by anything.
Yeah.
Nothing that's acting as a detriment. Has to block it again. V reversals out of there. I don't think you're going to see a trigger this round. Arch, you know, you might see an angry. Depends. There's a Psycho Schneider. One more will do.
Ah, beautiful. Yeah.
Good. That's what you need. And here's the thing with these two characters as well, right? Whoever gets the life lead first, the other one feels more inclined to jump. So it's kind of obvious to figure out what they want to do. You might see Shaq start to jump more now. Those jumps instead. He tries to take the initiative. Didn't work out. There's the jump.
Very, very high.
There's another jump.
Oh, no.
He's going to keep going in the
Yeah,
air.
you can see that, yeah.
Now that he's got the life lead.
Oh, here he is. And the corner.
Oh.
And a little bit too far. Air to air. Feels with the same idea.
These two are just as bad as each other in the aerial approach. I'm telling you that now. If he jumps, that's going to be an angry.
Oh, here it is.
Right, this is the game. Yeah, he had to take a throw. He mentally had to take a throw. If Shax jumps, he's dead.
On the other hand, if Phil's commits too much to anything, you know that Shax is going to be looking for super.
He'd have to just do a raw super, though.
Well, he has trigger activate as well for screen freeze.
He's not going to do forward fierce. He got punished for that last time. Yeah, he's just gonna wait. We're gonna wait.
That range there that would oftentimes be taken up. Is it in time? It's not. It's not. He was hoping maybe to see something like forward fierce. Here we go though.
No, he did. Did he want that? I think he wanted to buffer into super. It didn't come out.
Oh, huge!
Oh no, the catapult into the Psycho Stone into the CA. Gonna close it out there. And what I said before when these two played on sets in the 10-9 final game, final round, in tournament setting, these guys never failed to deliver in the entertainment aspect. It went to final game, final round. I can't help but feel Shax did DP into super, and it was too quick. I can't help but feel that because he got the hit a bit too far. But again, Phil's one of the most exceptional players in terms of capitalizing off of your mistake, because you and I both know that it should have been different. But he said, you know what? Stand fierce, get the full confirm. It hurt, it killed.
It did.
And it puts Phil's in the top 8. But you know what? I've got to say, credit to Phil's because he had to fight two different characters, coming match fit, coming ready. For both of them. Obviously, it was looking like a bit of a scare because the Cammy pick turned everything around. And if anything, David, because you did allude to this before, I think this is a matchup probably we're going to have to do a little bit of studying on.
Yeah.
Luke versus Falcon.
Yeah.
It looks interesting. So I'll try to take that one in stride. But yeah, I think Shax's positioning, you mentioned this before, Shax's positioning in the Falcon matchup, despite losing, unfortunately, I think it's pretty meticulous. It's pretty good, don't you think?
I do. I think there was a lot to like about that. This last-minute situation, yes, you could see this attack start up from Shax. It just wasn't where you want to be. That stand fierce that she has is so good at like sucking her back and counter poking against all sorts of buttons, including right there.
Ooh.
So shout-outs to the 4Fields who moves on. Shout-outs as well to Shax. It's not going to work out for him, but nice showing regardless. So next round, which we will see tomorrow, it's going to be One Step Laird versus the 4Fields.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because obviously that's been a matchup we've seen in Topanga with Bonchan and Zabeth. We've seen this matchup with 4Fields and Phenom as well in Europe. So this is a matchup we have seen a little bit in Europe before, here and there. But again, high-stakes CPT environment. It's going to be a different story. First to 3 as well. So these guys will be getting their practice as soon as they possibly can. But yeah, 4Fields is done for the day. Well done. Because when I was streaming the brackets, his very first opponent was a very volatile Alex player. And I said, I said, I pray for you. And everyone in my stream laughed, but he beat the guy too early. He just he cruised over here. But yeah, do you know what? Tough journey, but he's made it here, so it's good to see him here, and we'll see him in the top 8 tomorrow. But we got to be moving on down the bracket, man.
Got a little bit more work to do today.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, our next match will be another run back from the PlayStation tournament, as well as various other tournaments as well with these guys. Hurricane going up against Mopulapa. So these guys played on PlayStation not too long ago, and Mopulapa emerged victorious, winning himself a bunch of prize money as well as a PS5. But these guys talk about the game a lot. And I believe, I could be mistaken in this, because at one point, these guys were in the same house playing in the CPT together. So this was interesting because your training partner, you're going to talk about everything and anything under the sun regarding the game. They're going to understand your thought process, you know, your kind of situations where you're going to make a comeback, how you're going to initiate offense, obviously what characters you're thinking about. Just kind of get a real feel for certain things. And recently, Mopulapo has been getting the better of Hurricane in certain aspects. Obviously, I think there's been a lot more substantial changes to Cammy than there has been Balrog over the years. But again, it's because you see Cammy much more frequently than Balrog. So.
That's true. I mean, look, they're both strong characters this season, no doubt about that.
Yep.
Interesting to know that there's a lot of personal history between these two, and certainly matches that, you know, we're not privy to, right? Just them hanging out and playing together. I don't know how that goes necessarily, but I can say that historically speaking, when it comes to tournament play, FGCombo.com says that it's Hurricane with 78% win rate against Mopulapo, including, in fact, the last year's CPT UK Ireland 2, where in winners round 4, Hurricane took it 2-1.
Yes. You can always expect it to be very close and down to the wire. I think it's all about, like, okay, I'm more confident today than I was yesterday about it, or last time we encountered. And that's what you want when you kind of build these rivalries, when you get these consistent matchups between you and your friend or your training partner. It's just like, okay, cool. There's no clear, I'm not winning by a clear landslide. It's just like, just by a nose hair. And it could be another 2-1 today. It could be a 2-0. And again, that unexpected style that was illustrated to you guys before regarding Mopulapo, if there's someone who does know something about that, it is going to be someone like Hurricane.
Sure.
Because, again, not only do these guys talk with each other, they talk a lot with the French community as well. And you'll be seeing the French community in full force next week for that CPT as well. But yeah, we get these guys ready. I think Hurricane, the last time they played in last year's CPT, it was Cammy versus Boxer. I don't think he's going to risk Luke. I don't know if he wants to do that. If Hurricane does make top 8 tomorrow, he might introduce Luke because he's got the extra leader in the game. Yeah. I think to get there, just, you know, do the 9 to 5, get it done. Bring out the Cammy. There you go. And Mopulapo's gone with the trigger 1. Okay. I think he just wants to just hit like a tank. Just do it, you know? Not worry about the command grab. Get it over and done with, but we'll see how this goes. Okay. So yeah, I'm wondering, again, this is another match that I want to see pan out in the long run over time. Because again, Cammy's got to be very careful with the button she whiffs. And I know that, like, Mopulapo, or should I say Boxers, whiffing, like, whiff punishing tools, crouching medium punch, standing medium punch, certain situations. I don't think he gets a lot from it damage-wise, but situation-wise, it could be completely different. But off to a bad start here for Mopulapo.
Yeah. He had control of mid-range for a little while. No more.
He's probably going to try and send him to the corner because he didn't cancel. It's punishable.
Yes,
he's just punishing him. Is he trying to, like, play some sort of
I mean, again, just
strange mind game?
Very unique play style out of Mopulapo. Even before that, as he's walking around whipping jabs and the like, it's just not something that you see very often.
Trust me, like, Mopulapo will get you scratching your head a lot at what he's doing.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that that's part of the strategy here.
It's like, if he can surprise you while you're scratching your head trying to think about it.
I mean, if he thinks that he can surprise Hurricane, somebody who has so much experience against him, then that's, you know, extra confidence in that kind of play style.
He's up close now. I don't even know if he's trying to make crouching medium kick whiff, to be honest with you. I think he's just going to employ the basic Balrog strategy. The X-dash straights are coming out now. Splurges all that meter. CA is on deck here for Hurricane. If he blocks the dash straight, he might as well spend the super. Let's see what Mopulapo does.
Look, I mean, the way that Hurricane, okay. He was trying to back off. Here it is, yes.
Do you know? Okay, there you go. It's starting to get a bit questionable what you were doing.
Well, look, when there's so much experience between two players, some weird stuff tends to happen. And I think that's part of what we saw in round number 1. What a jump! It wasn't quite there in time, though.
Hooligan. And he knows he's right. Hurricane's going to wait for the trigger to deplete.
Yeah, that's the idea there. And so just like that, it's Hurricane still with a huge life lead. Lots of time on the clock and seemingly willing to use it.
Throwing out that stand roundhouse with malicious intent. I think more Boxer players should be doing that. Just walk up and do roundhouse.
No, it's not there.
He's going to probably put in block stun. Yeah, good
what
job.
A jump back! Beautiful stuff.
Oh, that was...
1, 2,
That was a sensational jump, and Hurricane took the risk. I'm telling you, this is something that is classic Hurricane. When you think, you're like, you know, I finally did something good against Hurricane. I whiff punished him. I stopped his dive kick. I did something. He's like, right. That is when you're at your most vulnerable. He's like, I'm breaking your momentum immediately.
You're confident.
And the thing is, you second guess yourself because you're like, I've seen Hurricane do this before, and he blocked, and then he does a jab, and it's like, Hurricane makes the right defensive choice in the clutch. He's one of our best clutch players, hands down. I think some people might disagree with me, but I think in UK, Hurricane is one of our best clutch players. All right. Going up to game 2 here. So Mopolapo is 1 game down. Sometimes I feel he needs to make a drastic change in his play style, his approach, but I know he never does that.
Yeah, so far he has come in a couple of times. We've seen a few more buttons than we saw in round 1, certainly, although about the same as in round number 2. And yet in anti-airs, he hasn't been there a couple of times. He's either been too far away or he's been close and okay, just hasn't gotten the button.
Oh, that was... Why did she go behind it? Nice punish. Back throw there from Hurricane. Hit the back dash as well.
This range is not a range where Cammy's a threat to Boxer, but it's also not a range where Boxer's a threat to Cammy.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, Hurricane with that life lead is going to be okay with that.
Yeah,
He takes the space. Okay, you're willing to give up all that space. You're back towards the corner. Great.
Well, he's out. I don't think that's what he wanted. He wanted to get out of the corner, but I think he wanted the dash grab blow to connect, but no anti-air again.
Yeah. There could be the threat of dive kick, certainly, but he hasn't guessed right on these situations.
I still think he should try, though. He's not showing Hurricane that he's willing to try.
Finally, a dash forward, something we've only seen a couple of times.
All right, dash up throw. And he waits. Yeah, because he got the life lead now. He'll wait.
Yeah.
Oh, get comfortable.
Although he was doing this without the life lead as well. But here he is. Okay, yes. Turning on in a couple situations that he did not before.
Yeah, get comfortable. We got 17 seconds on the clock. If he could surprise him with maybe 1 small conversion into dash straight, that's the round. Other than that, it will extend or elongate these 10 seconds.
Look, even if it's just grabs at this point, it's not enough time. I'll be up on those. I'm surprised even to see the quick rise. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Even if not kill, doesn't matter. He actually lets go as the person with the life lead. I love it.
Do you know what? Full respect that Hurricane stopped at one point, because if it's time, if you're doing your opponent's doing a timer scam, don't build the meter. Don't give them any meter. Just wait. All right. That breaks momentum immediately. There you go. Oh, there you go. Try to do a screw smash anti. It didn't quite work out.
Nice. What readiness by Hurricane. Okay, running into the button. Oh!
Okay, that was still punishable. That should have been
I thought that was going to be,
safer.
yeah, that was my expectation.
It looked like that was -4 instead of -3, but Hurricane on the prowl. You tech there from Mopolapo. He needs to get out of the corner, and he does. If he gets 1 clean hit, Cammy's dead. You might have to
same thing for Hurricane if he finds this 1 hit.
Back throw.
Is this going to chip just by itself? Wow, okay.
So you're kind of locked into that situation. That's a checkmate scenario. And because obviously he has got an armored move, but supers break armor, so it wasn't going to help you anyway. There's no way out of that situation. Hurricane spent the meter, or made the investment.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Match point as a result to get into top 8.
But here's the thing. When you bait Cammy's meter going into the final round, that's actually very good for your opponent. Because he's got the meter to work with now. He does have the meter advantage here, Mopolapo. That's straight.
Yeah, when he's had his back to the corner, we've seen dash straights, we've seen dash lows. Other than that, hasn't spent very much of it. Anti-air important to see. Not this time, though. As soon as Hurricane saw the anti-air, he was like, okay, fine. Now I'm going to bring out that dive kick.
Oh, he's trapped in the corner. He's going to keep him caged and ensnared here, David. This is not looking good. He tried an air to air. What? Going to get Oki from this as well, but Mopolapo stays on the ground. He's going to lose to a throw if he's not careful.
Aye, okay. Look at this. Hurricane will eliminate Mopolapo and make it into top 8 loser's side.
9th place. Not bad. Obviously, he knows he can achieve better. But again, considering what's on the line here for a lot of these players, the one and only shot, who's in the loser's bracket, not just his bracket partners, who else is there as well. It's actually not a bad run. So well played to Mopolapo to date. Yeah, I think it was just the anti-air scenario. I think it was clear to it was clear to Hurricane how fixated Mopolapo was on the air, just playing it safe and not doing anything.
Yeah.
And then when he started to find the rhythm or try to explore other options, it didn't work out. And sometimes you need to remember this as well. V-shift works against the dive kick, but you're actually kind of risking taking more damage in the process if it doesn't work out, which is what happened there because you're in a counter hit state.
Yeah.
then it's not a crush counter, so there's no crush counter scaling, and then it's just a jumping attack. So it just piles on and makes it go from bad to worse. And unfortunately, that's what happens there. Especially in the corner, you're more likely to V-shift her in the corner because of what's going to happen. And Hurricane is well experienced in that scenario. He's seen that thousands of times. He's like, okay, I'm going to just jump and watch.
No exaggeration, I'm sure.
Yeah. He's just going to watch you panic because it's like, oh, I don't know if there's dive kick coming. I don't know if it's going to be an empty jump. I don't know if it's going to be a regular jump. And it's like, there you go. So unfortunately, it's Mopolapo, but you will be seeing Hurricane in the top 8 tomorrow. But we wonder who his opponent's going to be, David. That's the real question.
Only one more to go to find out, and to get the full top 8 ready to go, it will be between Infectious and Mystic Smash. Could be, again, either one of these will play against Hurricane if they win. So Poison for Mystic, and then on Infectious' side, do you think that it's going to be Luke again?
It could be. He's got the Ken option.
Sure.
All of Infectious characters, despite Luke got normalized, everybody else got buffed. It's like Zeku got buffed, Kali got buffed, Ken got quality of life changes, but you can technically say that he got made stronger, more potent. But with how he's been going about training and just the competitive aspect of things, it looks like again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's been picking Luke all day. If Luke was what was to get him to the top 8 and then he mixes things up tomorrow, I like that strategy as well. The thing is, Mystic Smash's days could be numbered, because this is Infectious. Infectious is well aware of Mystic's capabilities as a young player and a rising talent. Him, Mystic Smash, Ending Walker, you know, if they can decipher, if they stick around, keep playing, they will be the future of the UK FGC. But I'm still a bit worried about Mystic Smash's rustiness. Obviously, form is temporary, class is permanent, but as you get deeper into the bracket, your rust may begin to show a little bit more. Now, he did beat Jones.
Yep, in the Ken matchup.
If you saw the style of what was happening, remember, he was still doing that.
Yeah.
It only came after EX anti the heart rate. He got a bit more confident, but it's like, right, Infectious probably was watching in the back somewhere and said, okay, we can capitalize on this. Now, Infectious comes with, again, he comes with strategies that are simple, but it's very weird to a lot of people because you learn your whole fighting game career to not play a certain way or don't do certain things. You watch Infectious do it, it's like, hang on, I wasn't taught this. And Infectious says, I'm going to make you uncomfortable. Or he has a plan A, and he's very obstinate in this aspect, David, where he sticks to plan A.
Right.
Even if he loses, right? And then he'll go back, go in the lab, try and do something and adjust it. But he does have, I know he has contingencies here and there, but for the most part, he sticks with plan A. Now, I think as well, I know one or two people have said this could be a bit of a stretch. I had a feeling he'd try this.
Ken it is.
And he's gone with the V-Trigger 2.
Uh-huh.
We saw it in the Grand Finals against Problem X, where everyone made a big deal out of it. I love it because, you know that scenario? Everyone tried to break Hi-Fi, and all the players tried to break down what Infectious did. I said, so did no one think to just ask Infectious? I know you can ask him, you know? But, yeah, I like this because his characters against Poison are good. And, like, Infectious beats me all the time playing. He can pick anyone and pick Poison.
Okay.
It's his understanding of where to stand and what to do against this character. He'll probably going to start jumping at cross-up range to make sure Mystic Smash doesn't do anti-air crouching medium punch. He wants to make you super uncomfortable. But it looks like he's trying to walk and get the punish on crouch fierce.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I think that's exactly what he was looking for. That did get hit by it, but yeah, he walked up and blocked at that exact range about 4 or 5 times already. Right,
this is what we wanted to see before. I said this is what's going to be the key about this matchup and why people think the matchup has changed significantly, preferably for Ken, but this is why Mystic Smash, this is where the rustiness comes in. This is where the rustiness is going to come in. Because you got to use low forward at that range, you got to compete, wait for the whiff punish, you might have to take a beating in the corner and fight from the corner, which is what's happening right now.
What? He walked up so far. So we did see differences here compared to when Jones played. We saw that we were talking about the crouching fierce. We also saw up close when it was actually a knockdown and Oki pressure opportunity for Infectious. He did make it count. It's not something that Jones was able to do.
Right, and look, already a change in approach, right? He's done heart raid, he spent the meter, and then look at Infectious. He's going to go back in that range and walk. Yes. No dice, he'll do it again.
He showed as well that he's comfortable jumping at that spot, and he got a big damage out of it the last round. So, yeah, the way that he's playing so far is he jumps.
I'm telling you, Mystic Smash is going to learn the matchup, this version of the matchup, on the fly. He's going to learn this on the fly. If he wins this, that would be amazing. But already, you could already see the chinks in his armor.
Look at that confident walk from Infectious. Just walked half screen. Versus somebody who has these huge range options.
But the thing is, Infectious will wait and he'll try and do a step kick to whip punish the whip because it's a very good option, similar to Rashid's V-Skill 1 as well. He'll wait.
No, you can see the strategy, and it's definitely working out. Even though he doesn't have the life lead right now, he may be about to as he works his way all the way into the corner.
All right, he should.
Okay, so Mystic Smash is out of the corner. Look at the time on the clock, 41, just like that.
The time is against
Oh, big
Mystic
opportunity.
Smash. Hold on, there you go.
Huh.
I wonder why he didn't go for a knockdown there.
Yeah, I think that's curious as well. Oh, a jump, and Infectious, after all the time, was ready for the jump. That was the first jump forward we saw all this time. Look at this.
He doesn't tech, man. I promise you, he doesn't tech. There, counter hit. Get the full confirm. That's it. There, that should be 2 bars. There you go. I'm telling you, if you are playing Poison, there's a fraction of us anyway. When you get the stand fierce, knowing the ranges, that you know when you have to do the heart rate cancel for the full damage and letting go for the heart rate, you miss out on big opportunities if you don't identify that. So good situational awareness and optimization from Mystic Smash there.
Here yet again is that style, that strategy from Infectious in and out of that exact same range. He tried to jump this one.
He's moving closer a bit. Yeah, he's moving a bit closer now because he wants to try and threaten Crouch Fierce again. But the moment he jumps, I think Mystic Smash might be looking for it now. So that punish.
Yeah, he's been consistent at that as well. Versus Jones, too.
All right, we'll cut back
The
throw.
bravery of the walk from Infectious.
And he needed that. He needed that back throw because Poison's immediately in the corner now.
Absolutely.
Now, what Mystic Smash should do...
It hit.
He should build me until you get super. If you fight from the corner, build me until you get super. To
Almost
get
there. Yes.
He's going to wait. Yeah, he'll wait now. But so will Infectious.
You can see that. Yeah, 50 on the clock is totally fine for Infectious.
Infectious wants Stand Fist to whiff. He wants that to whiff so he can do the trigger and win the game.
Here we go. Mystic Smash is way out of the corner now.
Good back
Infectious back. Yeah, he just resets the situation. To this range where he can walk up, block Crouch Fierce. Mystic Smash is not giving it to him.
Yeah, Infectious wants something to whiff so he puts him in the corner. But if Mystic just keeps chipping away at him.
There is this uncomfortable spot right here, just outside of her normal buttons, but not touching. Okay! Here it comes, Mystic Smash. I love the start from Infectious, as you were talking about. The strategy looked great. It was effective. Within 3 rounds, Mystic Smash was playing differently around that. We weren't seeing the Crouching Fierce at that range anymore. He was definitely keeping more of an eye on the potential jump ranges. When he got put in the corner, it wasn't death in the way that round 1 was. Exactly like that. So adaptations right away.
See, and here's the thing. What I say about Infectious, we got plan A, and he sticks to it. For the longest time, at least from my perspective, it looked like he was looking for the win into V-Trigger 2, into the super. After like a couple of seconds, you try and jump, maybe dash, try an element of surprise. He did not change or divert from his strategy, David. And I said, all Mystic Smash needs to do is get one hit into super.
Seeing more fireballs this round, maybe that's the idea. But as he runs in, doesn't work out.
Okay, Stand Fierce into the low heart rate.
Infectious wasn't looking for that.
And the stun. He's got 2 bars. There's going to be scaling here, but that should be able to close it out with 2 bars. I could be wrong. Oh, I love my character.
You were not wrong. As it's match point, Mystic Smash just send Infectious, qualifier from the UK, Ireland, last year out of the tournament.
And let me tell you once again, Mystic has not played this game, or this is not his main priority. He's just that good of a player. But again, not to mention, Poison is still an exceptionally strong character in this game.
Yeah, I love you're talking her up, man.
I'm not going to deny it.
Right.
I played this character. Oh, he got the cancel to have it line instead, but he played it safe. Oh, there you go. He tried doing the new change we're talking about. When she does heart rate, the hurt box appears at the active frames now. So he does a step kick there. You can stop the heart rate, but it's still a bit difficult to do. Back throw. It's the positioning he needs.
Well, not into much. Positioning really that Mystic Smash is comfortable with.
Oh, when you give him like so much real estate, like 3/4 of the stage to work with, he doesn't mind. He is like extremely comfortable, similar to reminiscent of Dominion days in SF4. He'll fight in the corner.
2 jumps in a row was the first time we had seen something like that. Infectious, rather than being on the ground where Mystic Smash was expecting. Hold on a sec.
He can still win this.
She can definitely make comebacks, and it's not going to happen in that round. Infectious, again, the bravery of his walking up has been something that's key for him.
And it works in tandem with the fact that Mystic doesn't tech. That's what's so good about it. He said, you don't tech, so I can walk up. And because I punish Crouch Fierce, and you're not used to doing crouch and melee kick as a low, it's going to work. There's so many factors going into what Infectious is doing, by the way. Yeah, he's ready. Usually people jump after that because Poison players get a bit too comfortable doing Stand Fierce heart rate cancel, just abuse it. He's waiting. That looked like he was holding heavy heart rate there, yeah.
And no button this time. We had seen him come down with something before. Fierces, etc. All of a sudden now Infectious up close.
No dash. Just goes back to neutral, kind of work with that life lead here, but he might get chipped away. Gets hit by the crouching fist.
Willing to do it. Hold on, the check was there for Infectious.
Oh, wake up button from Mystic. Huh. You seldom see that.
Yeah. Okay, it was close enough. Infectious knew. What a challenge yet again. Saves the super.
No V reversal. He's not going to use it. He won't use it. He wants that to wall. That could have been it. He wants those buttons to whip. He's okay. Straight to the corner. Oh, he's going to save it.
Oh.
Back throw.
Positioning reset.
He's almost got super.
Yeah, he's scary, but so is Mystic Smash still.
Damn, done it.
We have seen jumps there a couple of times. They both connected right over the Pierce.
So this is what I like about what Infectious is doing. Thankfully, first of all, I want to say I'm glad that we get one more game.
Yes.
Because how this is panning out is interesting. Infectious, at least from my experience playing him, he is not afraid to do that. More people should try that because doing stand hard punch into heart rate cancel, it's -2 on block, but it's still a guess from a particular range. Are you going to dash? Are you going to jump? Are you going to try and take your turn back? Too many people respect stand fierce and the resources that are there. So but Infectious is like, look, I can jump, and he's jumping at an angle that crouching medium punch isn't working. So now Mystic Smash is cognizant of that fact now. So let's see if Infectious changes it up, but he hasn't done much in terms of from 99 seconds to change his original strategy.
Yeah.
Not much has changed.
No, this looks almost exactly the same as the beginning of the last game. Fireballs from a certain range, walking up and blocking from another range. Yep,
Trade.
exactly again. I mean, the trade there is fine for Mystic Smash.
Too far, yeah, it's too far for a punish, so he probably should have just taken his turn back, but spatial awareness, it's key. That could have been punished by heavy Shoryuken, because it was close enough that round, huh?
Just knowing that Fierce DP can punish stuff that's at that range right there makes Mystic Smash not press buttons in situations where he'd love to.
That's why this matchup is, like, significantly changed, is because it's like, right, the less options you have at, like, mid-range and far range, the better it is for Ken, which is what allowing Infectious to walk around so much. Because he could not walk around this much before, trust me. Look at that, he's just slowly chipped away at that life bar. He's taken, like, just peeled it off, bit at a time.
Blocking when he's looking for something, here comes Mystic Smash. Look at the patience here for Infectious, just walking, blocking, outside of range now.
He might have done
In and
Infectious,
out.
yeah, he might have done Infectious a huge favor. That would have lost anyway. Heavy Shoryuken would have punished that, but I don't think Infectious knows that. Yes.
Look at the time now, 15 on the clock. Is there even enough time?
I mean, if you want to try something, you might as well just get rid of them all.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta go nuts now.
Yeah,
Well, it's not gonna work out. Yeah, it was absolutely time to just make something happen.
Yeah, get rid of the Molotov, jump, do something. But do you know what? I like the back and forth between these two, and I like that the scorelines kind of reflected that.
Well, it's absolutely been back and forth.
Early CM from Infectious is a higher priority than Mystic. Mystic will get the life lead. Infectious wants the corner. I don't think he's going to just get rid of it. Immediately, that could have been it.
No jumping yet for Infectious, but he's threatening to walk up into that exact range yet again.
Trade again, building the V meter for both sides.
There it is.
Oh, you're going to have to fight from the corner for the rest of the round. Good tech.
Frozen, there's Mystic Smash. Okay, finally something. God, but you can see how worried he is at that range. Here's Infectious.
If he flinches, that's it. Yeah, if he flinches, that's it. Oh, back throw. Not quite. He's
Get
got
out of there. And all these resources as well. And she is the character that can pump out the damage, but if she activates, it's going to be... Oh, hold on a sec.
Cancel.
Chip is a
Too
concern.
far.
No,
Oh,
should be it.
hold on. Saving grace. Anti-air as well. He's going to try and chip him. Watch out.
I thought that was going to already happen. It
Nah,
didn't.
let's
Here we go.
do it.
Yeah,
No
beautiful.
way.
Beautiful. Dash, DP super for Infectious. Just, if nothing else, demonstrating how confident he feels at moving into that range, which previously might have been controlled by Crouching Fierce. Now is just a range where, you know, you have to be much more cautious as Poison. That's visually clear. And he used that, Infectious used that to dash in and get the chip.
Now, here's what's insane about that last couple of seconds there, the last few interactions. Infectious was introducing and sticking with the jumping option. Didn't really dash, walked it down, threw a couple of fireballs. So he mixed up all his options and showed us a true variety. What was interesting after that first dash is you didn't know if he's going to do a dash and jump.
Yeah, totally.
You don't know what he's going to do. Obviously, the chip scenario was there. I thought the chip scenario, less like Mystic Smash, I'm a Poison player. I would have thought it would have come after forward throw. I do get Oki, take your chances. Take your chances, but he knew that. He said, okay, I'll do something else instead. Now, what a turnaround, though, to be honest, because it looked like Infectious felt super comfortable, but Mystic took the first game, being super optimal as well. But Infectious, again, when he believes in a plan, it's just like, okay, I don't think anything wrong with this. Unless things clearly go down south. You're not going to see a forced change like that dramatic from him.
I think that's a testament to somebody who feels confident, who has done the research, who has done the studying, and has the experience to know that just because you have taken a loss in a game doesn't mean that the strategy is all wrong.
I think it's very hard for a lot of us, because we're all fighting game players at the end of the day. It's very hard for a lot of us to see that. You see something go wrong immediately. You're like, you just instinctively go, I need to change it. It's like, no, if you look at the bigger picture, if you look long term, it's like this wasn't bad. You're just fixing on it. You're building on it, fine tuning it.
Not easy to do in the heat of the moment.
But yeah, I mean, speaking of the heat of the moment, it's all done now. We're concluded today's top 16, and we've rounded out our top 8. And believe it or not, we got new faces in there. A very matchup with less than 6 strands of hair in it. Because Aura's got 3 strands of hair in his head, so that totals up to 6.
Okay, yeah.
But you're going to see some interesting stuff. But yeah, this is how the losers has been panned out today. Again, shouts to all the guys that participated and had to bow out to the loser side. Mystic Smash, Mopalapo, Shax, Muscle Noob, Afro Sane, Ending Walker, and Jones as well. Much appreciated for participating. But please, if we can get ahead and show on these brackets, because it's going to be a big day tomorrow. A very big day for some of these guys. And
there you go. There's a look at it. Look at this top 8 winners side. It's something we've been talking about today, but I think few of us would have called for it to be Broski versus Cam the Cypher, an Oro mirror match, and Aura Soundboy versus Problem X. Nothing against any of those 4 players, but with Hurricane, Phils, and Infectious down in loser's side, could have been quite different.
Do you know what? Yeah, all the 6 other players, they're going to be licking their lips at the fact that Hurricane and Infectious have to play each other.
Right.
Somebody has to go.
That will be fast.
Now, obviously, the guys that qualified for the CPT or won their respective CPTs last year, they're in the losers side. So there is a possibility they could be meeting at losers semifinals. But we can talk about that.
Yeah, there's more to say here, certainly. Before we do, I just want to let you know about something that came out recently where I live. In the future, as I'm flitting around in my space delivery vehicle, getting into all sorts of hijinks out there amongst the stars, meeting all sorts of wild alien races. Fascinating place to be in the future. You know what's recently come out for me is Street Fighter Duel. That's right, there it is. Taking a look at it right there. It's the Capcom authorized mobile game, which is available for download in China now, with a global version for you coming soon. I can just go back and play it when I want to, but not you guys.
Thank you for being
coming
so
out soon. Well, I just want to rub it in your face a little bit. The future's a tough place, so let me have what I can get. All right, and one of the things is, of course, Street Fighter.
Do you know how real that sounds?
The Epic Legend, of course, is reborn on mobile, which we still have in the future. We still have cell phones, and for sure. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
Man, that is crazy indeed. And if you guys have been enjoying today's CPT action, well, there's going to be more tomorrow, but there's also going to be more European action next week with France, Spain, and Portugal. Like we said before, every region has their one and only shot. It's just at different times of the year. So just as much as the UK guys were practicing, the French guys and the Spanish guys, they came on and they said, hey, we'll join you because we're a week after you, and it's going to be a juicy one at that. Like I said, all the heavy hitters are there. Luffy will be there. Valmas will be there. Crimson, Vega Patch, Link Exilo, Akainu kills you. They'll be there. Get signing up now, please. I would like to see more Spanish representation because I'll say it again. I'll regurgitate the same lines. I do not want it to be France featuring Vega Patch. I don't want Vega Patch representing Spain all on its own. I know Spain have got talented players there, and I'd love to see them come out in full force. Registration closes next Monday, which is May the 9th, but the stream will be a week from now. Click the link or head on over to SmashGG, find it, and sign up respectively. I don't want to see anybody outside of that region trying to enter this region.
All right, well, look, we're going to take a little break here. There's more to talk about. There's always more to talk about. We want to talk more about what we saw today in the top 16. We want to talk about what we're going to see tomorrow in the top 8 after this.
Time to fight, time to fight.
too far. Please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle.
It's time for trap.
Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
You can't escape!
If I go too far, please forgive me.
All right, and welcome back to today's stream. Today's event for the UK and Ireland CPT event here. Myself, Jammers, and Ultra David. We've called all the action today, but I love being the bearer of bad news. If you're just joining us, there are no more matches left. If you want to go and catch the archives, they are all going to be archived on Twitch, and they'll be later uploaded to YouTube as well. Make sure you follow Capcom Fires on their YouTube channel. Just type in Capcom Fires, and you'll find all the necessary information, all the matches over there. But yeah, quite an interesting Top 16, I love it. This is one of the regions that, again, a lot of the world like to watch because there is, like we said, to reiterate, household names as well as new emerging talent coming through. And boy, did we get a mixture of that. If we can pop the top 16 bracket on the screen to let you guys know what transpired today. So in the winner's side, we had Broski beat Infectious. Broski is, I think I'm just going to cement it now. It's Broski is Infectious's CPT or Tournament Demon in general. He's done it with not only Dalsim, but now with Aura. Now he finds himself in the top 8, but his opponent, who beat Hurricane in a matchup he did say he prefers, Cam the Cypher in the top 8 winners side. He beat Hurricane 2-1, and now his reward is to fight his sensei, I should say.
The Oro Mirror is what we should be starting with tomorrow. Broski and Cam the Cypher, fascinating that has happened. You know, there's been so much talk about characters so far in this season, and I don't know that many people would have said it's going to be an Oro Mirror to start things out. But that's how it goes. That's why you play the game. Right?
Do you know
that's
what?
why you play the game.
If there was like a lottery ticket or like something you could bet on, and some like at the end it just said bets on an Oro Mirror, whoever that one guy would have been.
Yeah. Came up big time. And then on the other side, so to say Infectious and Hurricane both losing there, two of the favorites. And then the Four Phils, who has won this previously. Last year, he took the first one. Sent down to losers as well by Soundboy, who qualifies in there in a 2-0. And then Problem X, started in that game, in that first game versus One Step Laird, where One Step Laird was kind of a buzzsaw, unpredictable.
Overwhelming, yeah.
Yeah, overwhelming. And as it went on, Problem X got more and more of a read on what to do, more adapted better and better to what it was his opponent wanted to do. Of course, Problem X, with so much experience himself, used that in order to get into winner's side top 8.
All right, and if we just head on down to the loser side and see what happens there. So this is where obviously a lot more matches and a lot more kind of pressure was on the line for some of the guys. Muscle Noob didn't quite make it there. He beat his first opponent in Xeon Woods, but lost to One Step Laird in the run back there, because we have seen him play in long sets before on the sets show. Shouts to the guys who put that together. So One Step Laird finds himself in the top 8. Shax beating Afro Saiyan, but just losing by a nose hair to Four Phils, because he had the hit, didn't get the conversion to see that he wanted. So that was unfortunate. But hey, Phil's one of the best at capitalizing off of your mistake. He does that, wins 2-1, and he'll be finding himself fighting One Step Laird in the top 8. So we're most likely going to see Karen versus Falk in that aspect there. If we go down as well, Mopalapo being Ending Walker. Unfortunately, because again, a lot of expectation and a lot of eyes were on Ending Walker. Maybe that got to him. Maybe it didn't. It's hard to say. I'll probably ask him about it later. But unfortunately, Mopalapa couldn't go the distance to make top 8 because Hurricane wants to keep that consistency and appearing in all of the CPT top 8s there by beating Mopalapo, training partner and very close friend 2-0 there. And of course, Mystic Smash, props to Mystic Smash coming back a day before the event. Because last time he signed up to the event and didn't show up. This time he signed up to the event. People didn't believe him. He turned on the game a day before, pressed a couple of buttons, remember what he had to do. The patience will always be there. He executed it, just losing narrowly to Infectious. But the way Infectious turned that around, respect the adaptation, because again, Mystic Smash didn't have to fight just one Ken, it was 2. And it was basically 2 ends of the extreme in terms of playstyles, David. So Infectious takes that one over Mystic Smash. Again, shout outs to Vex Gaming for bringing him on board. That is a very good signing you have made, a very good future investment. But it's going to be Infectious going up against Hurricane in the top 8. And then if we look at the top 8 bracket, I mean, David, any early predictions? Anything you might want to see? Anything you hope to see?
I just am so interested in how this Oro Mirror match is going to go. We have a couple of players who, in their matches, had certainly different options that they were going for, different ideas there. They were playing against different characters, so it's not going to look the same. But you could tell that there's a different style there. And some people don't like watching mirror matches. I really like watching mirror matches.
Okay.
In order to see the difference in the approach. It doesn't mean that you're the best player for having won a mirror match. It's not really what that means. But the fact that you have all the same options and yet nevertheless you can play differently is something I've always found fascinating. So that's one that I'm most looking forward to. The other thing I would point out is the path in loser's side. Infectious, Hurricane have to play each other first round. That could have been winners finals. I mean, like it's possible that could have been. That kind of thing has happened in the past. And as they make whichever one there makes their way through loser side, they're going to have to go through 4 fills as well. Maybe 4 fills doesn't make it past his round 1 either. I mean, one step player could make that happen. But that path through losers is a particularly difficult one.
For sure. I think it's difficult for anybody. And I think the guys up top in the winner's side, I don't think they want to be losing. So there's going to be that extra incentive. It might be slower paced games. It might not be. But here's the thing. Even Brian F. and Rob TV mentioned it in No Neutral. Problem X is missing an online CPT win. Outside of not having the Capcom Cup itself, he's missing his long overdue an online CPT win. Now, when Soundboy faced him before, he beat him in the first of 2s, but he lost in the run back. It's back to first of 3 territory. So let's see if he's done his homework. Can the Cypher? He might be feeling the heat. He might be feeling the pressure. There's the least expectancy on him.
That's true, and that can be to your detriment.
Yes.
If you haven't been there before. Another way it can play out, I've seen it happen sometimes, is that somebody who does not have any weight on their shoulders just plays like they always play. It doesn't feel any different to be in a situation because, you're not expected to be there, so whatever, you just kind of treat it normally. So I've kind of seen that go both ways, although definitely more that the person with the experience takes the W. I think from this situation, Problem X looks like he's got a cleaner path, but it's going to be a tough one. I'm also really interested in how the characters are shaping out here. Look, in the CPT, there's been a lot of talk about a particular character this season.
Well,
there's been a lot of talk. And, you look at this. We have Oro, Cody, Dictator, maybe Alex would probably kick Dictator. Then you got
Ken and
Luke,
yeah.
Ken, then you got Cammy, then you got Falk, and then you got Karen. So we do have excellent character variety in this top 8.
All right. But yeah, that is what the bracket is looking like. And all I can really say is be sure to tune in tomorrow. I think you've got an extra reason to tune in now. And obviously, great to be here because this whole thing happened in a short space of time. I found myself here commentating. I had to keep it quiet because, again, this is how it goes in this line of work. And I'm not a guy to just blurt my business out to the world.
Look, I'm so happy that you're here, and it wouldn't have been the same without the expertise of somebody who has such in-depth knowledge of each region. So that's been very important, very fun to listen to, fun to commentate with you as well.
Yeah, of course, because I don't think we've worked together. Not in person.
Not in person.
So,
yeah.
I think it was a very good experience for me. I've watched you for so long. I was
all right.
When would I ever think I'd be sitting next to Ultra David commentating some Street Fighter? Hey, listen, careful. The universe listens, So, but yeah, guys, make sure you follow our Twitters under here as well. Like we said, this whole of today is going to be archived on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters as well as their YouTube channel. Again, if you missed anything, it'll come back. But yes, same time, same place. But it will be the top 8 tomorrow. And we will be determining who will be qualifying for the Capcom Cup from UK and Ireland. I'll give you a clue. It's not going to be me. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.